All right, here we go.
A lot of good info, huh?
I guess it's background information. I enjoy it. I enjoy it honestly.
It works. You gonna get everybody else in here?
Yep.
What happened? Why you guys hung up on us?
Mikey's.
No, it's. I don't know what happened. Usually, if I leave or something happens, usually I don't know. It was too much.
What's up, brothers?
Yeah, big.
I'm at the DMV. I'll join in a half hour if I can. All right.
It's a killer
Oh.
mustache, bro.
Who was that?
You work? You're at work or something?
It's somebody with a killer mustache.
What's up, Matt?
You know what? No, lost my poor connection out here.
It was on Mikey's side, I think.
I don't know what happened, but welcome everybody.
Hey, Boris.
Oh,
What's going on, Boris?
hey, can y'all hear me good?
Yeah.
Yeah, brother here goes by Joshua. Talking about some success with the use of the birth certificate, and I guess one of the last things you were talking about was basically using it, how to use it as bond or as being cashed out or whatnot.
Deposit into a court, yeah.
I guess Boris isn't interested.
You're chime back in. Just everybody's joining in. It's just a little bit crowded.
Boris taught that stuff, and Boris was on one or two of the webinars, I believe. And for some reason, he split ways with Trial.
Oh,
really?
Explain that. Hopefully he chimes back in. Here, let's bring him back in. Let's talk. Let me see. Oh,
He's gonna get annoyed with you, man. You got out. I don't know.
Are you making false claims
there you go. How do you know that?
of allegations?
Well, if he got out, why try to bring him back in here?
Well, maybe he's clicked the wrong button with his fucking sausage.
You know the connection's always. You know the connection's always fucked up in that end.
I guess so.
He got out.
Think, gotta be optimistic there, Mr. Pessimist.
There you go.
These fat fucks have sausage fingers. Maybe he clicked the button by accident.
You think he doesn't know how to join back in? I don't know.
Ah,
Who's he? Are you talking about Boris or someone
Yeah,
else?
Boris. Yeah.
Well, what do you know, huh? Yeah, he knows exactly. He knows who's.
Yo, somebody.
He talks about her in one of his. There's a video I'll pop in your group pretty soon here when I find it. It was up on YouTube, and he's talking with somebody about. He's on with what? No, it was not the one with
Sovereign
Kelby.
Living. Sovereign Living.
Well, he's got 5 or 7 videos with Trial. It says Trial at Nepos Northeast, something seminar.
Northeast Conference, the
Yeah.
group that does the gathering in New Jersey, so-called New Jersey.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's with Sovereign Living, I believe. Yeah.
Yeah. Engineerwin at yahoo.com.
Maybe. Yeah.
See, now Boris used to support the name change and probate in the beginning, and then right about the time he said something about his website got taken over, and the people were coming by his house and giving him a little bit of that gang stalking type of pressure.
Yeah.
Is when he changed his tune.
Oh, really?
Yep. Really.
Interesting. That's why he got out.
Now he says
I hate that gang stalking shit.
Yeah.
Well, let me tell you, it happened to me once because when I had a new address on my 2-page birth certificates, so happened to be on a very large piece of land that was built. The house that I was in was built in 1903, and that whole fucking quarter section or half a section or a section, I don't know how many hundreds of acres it was, is now covered with a city. You get my drift?
It's kind of coming in and out when you're talking. Boris did say, hold on a sec, I got another call, letting Skype load. Okay, so he's coming back in. All right, you're right.
Better with the laptop, huh?
Yeah, maybe, yeah. What were you saying? Because it keeps cutting in and out. You were saying something about the city?
Yeah, I did.
Yeah, could you repeat?
We were talking about gang stalking, weren't we?
Right.
Yeah. And yeah, I got a little pressure myself over things like that. But
it was over the address change you said, I think, right?
Yeah, having the address to a place covered with city now on my certificate of live birth. My amended certificates of live birth. There were now 2 pages. The banknote. I had to go pledge that place back to I pledged it back to the city, and then everything was fine. Now, if they, I feel like if you couldn't beat the guy in court, you'd have to do it in an alternative way to get him to leave, right, and pledge it back. I think people could probably beat all their mortgages if they amended their birth record to have their street of their house, name and number on that second page of their amended birth record.
I think that's what Boris did actually with one of the mortgages and his friend.
Let me take this. This is he hasn't called me in years. Yeah. Howdy.
Hey, Will.
Hello.
Yeah, man. Boris says now that if you change your name, you're like Cain instead of Abel or some shit like that.
Wait,
So you changed the idea?
Did I come in on the middle of something?
Yeah, a little bit. He's kind of just began something here again.
Who is that old buzzard? I see a picture of her.
What's up, Rule
Michael,
Dude?
bad boy?
Yeah, Mike. How you doing, Mike?
Hey.
How the cows? How's the farm?
I don't even have any idea who I'm talking to.
He said to me,
It's
you
all right.
read silence himself correctly in order to do good human work. And if we as Christians
I believe, what was it?
in the light
Brother Joshua was just talking about some success with using the birth certificate, like the amending of the birth certificate.
Yeah. Name change in probate, change of assignment. It says right on those name change forms. So you're not so much changing your name, but you're changing the assignment from nobody to somebody.
Damn it, Michael. You look old. It must be the camera.
Are you guys familiar with these guys? Is everybody?
No.
Yeah, I'm familiar with him.
Well, Michael Bednarik and the Rule Dude here, they do calls and stuff. The Rule Dude has a radio show. Do you still have the radio show, Rule Dude?
Hey. Now you're going to hurt my feelings.
I'm sorry, bro. It's been a while, man.
You mean you not sitting there every Thursday and Friday night just waiting for my show to come on?
Can I ask you a question? Is the lady still with you? That lady that was always there?
Yeah. She
That's
don't do
awesome.
the show much, though.
Okay.
I was just talking to her when you called.
Okay, cool. And Mike, something American Radio Network, something. Do you remember that, Mike? There's
I remember listening to that.
There's a network. You guys remember Michael Bednarik?
You're talking about the Fed Miller?
It was We the People Radio Network.
Yeah, that was it. That's where I met you. Dude, if you don't remember me, how would you remember? I remember you. I called you up one time and you were on your farm and you were giving me advice. I know. But that was back in the day, bro. Do you still have that farm? Do you still work with cows?
It wasn't my farm. I was
You were helping
living
out. Gotcha.
for room and board.
Gotcha. Awesome.
Last time I worked with cows, one of those damn heifers run past me and on a full run reached up and kicked me in the ass so hard my feet come off the ground.
That is funny.
It wasn't so funny at the time.
That certainly explains a lot.
Yeah, knocked my brains out. Why am I on this call?
Because it's Thanksgiving and we thought to make a big bash and invite
thanks to everybody for coming in. And
Yeah.
Hey,
Damn,
I'd
there's
like
all
to ask-
old people. There's old people on this call. Why didn't you call me?
Shut the hell up. Who you calling old?
so we can younger the best. Younger it up.
I'd like to know what you did to piss that cow off.
Oh, I piss everybody off.
It was being utterly ridiculous.
I have a talent.
CFR, you remember these guys?
I don't know. Who the hell is here?
All right, you remember the Rule Dude? I forget the radio show. Rule Dude, forget.
Oh, man. Michael, will you reach through the microphone and slap him?
Oh, yeah. Bitch slap him.
Rule of law radio.
I heard something vaguely about We the People Radio Network, WTPRN.
We started out WTPR. I was actually the first host on WTPRN.
No kidding.
Yep. First show I ever did was 2 hours talking to a microphone. That was a beast.
Yeah, actually, the website's still up. I wonder if the archives are still available. What was the name of the program?
Well, that's WTPRN, but we've got it turned into Rule of Law Radio, and now it's
Rule of Law. I got you.
Now it's Logos Radio Network.
Right, exactly.
When Wes and Danny kind of had a falling out, Deborah and I picked it up and kept it going.
Yeah. The three-shoe posse.
Yeah.
Well, is there a purpose to this get together? I'm not sure why I'm here.
It's about Thanksgiving or giving thanks.
A lot of these guys we mess around with, I guess you can call it fringe law theories and approaches and whatnot.
First-hand experience,
But a lot of it is, first-hand experience, and there's success in what has been accumulating, you can say, and we'd love to maybe share it with you guys or get different ideas or change stories if you want, or
is that correct?
Yeah, whatever you guys may or may not be interested in, or what would you be interested in conversating about, maybe?
Oh, I don't know. Have you looked at Rule of Law Radio? Not Rule of Law Radio. LegalEarth.net. That's a project I've been working on for a long time, and the purpose of it is to eliminate the profession of lawyer and get lawyers to pay us to do it. And I'm in the process of pursuing funding to get it launched.
It's
Getting
in
close.
What language is it in?
English.
American English or English?
You said legalearth.net?
I have a guy working with me out of England, and when I talk to him, I always pick on him because he's got a strange foreign accent.
Yeah.
Wait. You said legalearth.net?
Yeah.
Got a proper English accent.
Yeah, I tell him least he could do is learn the damn language.
Mm-hmm.
And he don't find me as funny as I do, but then I get that a lot. So what are you doing these days, Michael?
Barely existing. I'm looking for a job. I'm finding it hard to get hired because there's so much age discrimination.
Well, brother, I'm so glad you're with us. Actually, I was in the car with a gentleman from Pennsylvania, and I think we were going to I think it was a function where Sheriff Richard Mack was speaking in Western Pennsylvania, and he called you up, and we were speaking. He was speaking to you. He goes, here. You want to talk to Michael Bednarik? I'm like, what in the world?
I'm on a conference call. I'm on a conference call. All these people.
So you're in Texas. We're in Texas.
Who? Oh, I'm sorry. My mom's here. I'm in Tennessee taking care of my
God
mom.
bless you. You got your mom there?
Yeah, she's well. You see,
Nice.
she's 97, and
God bless her.
a few years ago we got her new knees. Now we can't keep her from chasing the truck drivers.
No, that's so many ways wrong.
Yeah, I had my brothers and sisters were having a problem, so I come up here and took her away from them. I have a sister who's a registered nurse. I walked into her $500,000 house. The smell of urine was so strong it burnt my eyes. I asked my registered nurse sister, how long has she had that urinary infection? A month.
Really?
Took her to the emergency room, got her sulfa drugs. 3 days, we had it knocked out. But she came back with no short-term memory. I wanted to choke my sister.
Well,
But I got her in pretty good shape.
Yeah. So did you do what you do? Did you chelate her? So they gave her something where the metals went up.
No, that called for sulfa drugs. Chelation therapy wouldn't help that, but we got that knocked out, and now I got her on a cranberry. One of my callers out of California.
Cranberry ginger something.
I forget the name of it, but it's worked really well. Give her one a day. Well, she had diarrhea. She had incontinence. When I got her off the second blood pressure medicine and both the Alzheimer medicine, she has no dementia. They had her on 2 friggin' Alzheimer medicines. Oh. The second blood pressure medicine, when I got her off her it, the diarrhea stopped that day. And that was the problem with the urinary infection. Urinary infection is caused 100% of the time by fecal matter. 100%. And she had chronic diarrhea from these freaking drugs. I got her off all that crap. She's on 1 blood pressure medicine and aspirin a day.
Nope. The pharma
and a water pill.
Pseudocycle sorcery spells. That's what they are.
Did you try the MMS?
MMS.
Miracle mineral supplement.
No.
Yeah. Allegedly comes in 2 parts. It's a citric acid activator. It activates a chlorine dioxide. Well, it makes chlorine dioxide.
Well, I've got her on zeolite for all of her minerals. I put zeolite and stir it up in water and then let it settle out, and it supersaturates the water with organic minerals. But she's in good shape. Now she aggravates the crap out of me. And just enjoys it immensely. Actually, when I came back from overseas, I was pretty badly broken. And I stayed home for 6 months, and everything was the same, all the people and the places, but just something was horribly wrong. And after 6 months, I packed up my car and left. I was in Chicago. When I got to Key West, I ran out of road and was frustrated because I didn't feel like I was far enough away. 40 years later, I get called back to take care of my mom, and it was the best thing that ever happened. I got to reconnect with my mom, and she turned out to be about the sweetest, nicest human being I ever met.
You know I'm on the line, right?
Yeah, I remember. See, we got to make consideration for Michael. He is estrogen intolerant.
Oh, is he a member of the He-Man Woman Haters Club?
No, he just can't handle them.
Oh, well, yeah, I actually, I really love the women. I just don't want all the crap that comes with them.
Yeah, we get older, our priorities change. I still like to look at pretty women, but they're like art.
Yep.
You know, you go to the art museum, they got all these masterpieces. And then you got these guys standing around that don't do anything all day unless you get close to one of them. They run up and they say, "Don't touch, don't touch." It's like the art museum. I'll admire them from a distance. But I am working on a project. I'm in the process of launching a beta tool. I was going to conventions on Bitcoin and fintech, and all of these people were terrified of the SEC, and for good reason. I looked at their code. It's the most complex, convoluted bunch of crap I've ever seen. No human being on earth can read that and make sense of it. So I applied my technology to it and turned it into an online interactive questionnaire. Now, anybody with a project that they're trying to launch can go online, go through this questionnaire, and it will give them a complete audit of their condition relative to the SEC. That's a proof of concept. The overall tool is designed so that it will literally replace lawyers. You won't need them.
Well, we don't need them anyway. I mean,
Yeah, you
actually,
do.
well,
Yeah, I was dumb enough to represent myself in court one time.
yeah. Well, I don't. I would never represent myself because I would be present.
I'm not going to play these little word games.
Okay.
Yeah, that's if you have a dog in the hunt, you are incompetent to stand up for yourself.
Yeah. Where's that in the law?
It's not in the law.
Okay.
I mean, look at me. I do radio. Robert, Michael, who do you know that knows law better than me?
Nobody. Absolutely nobody.
Yeah. I know the code frontwards and backwards. I was absolutely incompetent to represent myself because I had a dog in the hunt.
Mm.
And I screwed it up. So I don't have a problem with lawyers. Go ahead and hire a lawyer. I'll show you how to kick his ass every way from Sunday. And he'll do every damn thing he can to get away from you. And I'll show you how to grab him by the testicles and hold him there until the judge dismisses your case to protect your lawyer from you. That's how I got rid of my last case.
Mm.
They dismissed it to protect my lawyer from me. And I was having great fun at his expense. But anyway, there's a way to do this.
Nice.
Yeah, I'd like to hear about that too.
Yeah.
We just had a
I
guy.
had some experience with a lawyer, and I said to him, I wasn't willing to so-called claim to be the name, and he got me in there, and well, I guess I listened to him, followed him in there, and then he dump trucked me. And as soon as he walked out the courtroom, the bailiff snapped me up, took me down in the basement. It was kind of creepy. But I've always thought, when the lawyer says to you, okay, stand up, just sit there and look at him. Say, hey, bro, I paid you to represent. What are you looking at me for?
There are times when the court addresses you personally. And what I don't have much patience for is attacking issues that are distinctions without a difference. We spend all of our time chasing bullshit, and we don't go after the real issues. We don't go after them. We don't take them on. If we're going to get our courts back, we got to stand up, stop whining and complaining about what they're doing, and start kicking their ass. Michael was there the last time I was arrested in Williamson County.
Was I there? Is that the story?
Oh yeah, you were my witness.
Oh man. Wrote about it in my book.
His book.
But I spend my time trying to show people how to take them on. And I am frustrated. Been doing this show for 12 years. I just sent out an email to 2,300 people who have emailed me over the years asking me for my help. And I told them about a project where I was going to sue the SEC so that I could get the federal courts to force the SEC to abide by a executive order issued by Trump in October of this year. He issued 2 executive orders that will kick every government agency's ass every way from Sunday, and nobody even knows about it. So I was going to sue the SEC and drag them into court and force them to issue a internal order to abide by Trump's executive order. And I asked all the people that I've helped over the last 12 years, or that's just actually just 5 years back, to donate a small amount so that to help with the litigation fund. I got 4 responses. 2 of them, one said, "Oh, you should be taking on the IRS," and the other one said, "You should be taking on DACA. Kiss my ass." I'd be son of a bitch. I put between 6,000 and 10,000 a year in this radio show. 6 hours on the air a week. Pretty well set my life aside to help these folks. And this is what I get. If I had sent 2,000 emails to perfect strangers, I would have got a better response. I am not a happy camper.
I'm going to have to go. Is your phone number still 9922?
Yeah.
You have a wonderful Thanksgiving. I wish everybody a really wonderful life. Anybody needs me, you can send me an email. But
God bless, Michael. I'm glad you're still with us, brother. I'm glad you made it through that ordeal.
Thank you very much. I appreciate it.
Good luck finding work there, brother.
Okay.
I have a telephone interview on Monday, so things are looking up.
Okay, and I'm going to drop off and go feel sorry for myself.
Hey, Mike.
Yeah.
Go look up a guy. You might know him. His name is Michael Peruka. He runs an organization called the Institute on the Constitution. You ever heard of it?
I ran against Michael Peruka in 2002.
Yeah, I'm familiar with that. I'm familiar with Michael and you running for office. Yeah.
Was he the one that was with you when you crashed the convention?
No.
Um,
we've only had like dinner sitting next to each other. We've never actively participated in anything.
Yeah, I mean
David Cobb of the Green Party that was with me in St. Louis when we got arrested.
Before you gentlemen go, or brothers go, what do you think of just giving away first base with the name issue, like the joinder, where they one of the first things they ask you is, is this you? Are you the name, or is this your name? as far as like not making claims as with the first line of evidence, where you need claimants. What do you think of just asking to speak to the claimant, saying in the matter of the name I allegedly been known to use, that maintaining that immunity, and you just say I believe there's been a mistake. When can I speak to the claimant? And you just stick on that.
What are you talking about?
Or basically, I don't know, Mikey, you want to jump in? Like, Mikey? Are you there? Okay. Well, basically, like, cause I'm led to believe.
Why
like,
make claims?
Yeah.
Why make claims? Why accuse a brother? You know, like, I don't know what you think about Dominic, but I was considering, like, if a judge asks you what's the name, look at the prosecutor and say, well, what evidence does the prosecution have?
Yep.
Well, hold on. Can we ask Rule Dude? You know, if there's a controversy, isn't that the beginning of a court case? You know, like the controversy, somebody that's an injured party, if you will, or the claimant.
In the matter of a criminal prosecution, by statute, the state is the injured party.
Right. Okay. All right.
Otherwise, you have a civil situation where one or the other is the plaintiff, and then the plaintiff would have to show injury unless the suit is a suit for denial of due process, in which you don't have case it's harm per se, and you don't have to show injury.
Yeah, but wouldn't that be a lower jurisdiction than what we're asking about here?
Hold on. Let me ask this.
Well, like, you're talking about state this and whatever, but like, isn't straight out the Bible? Who's the one making the claim?
Bible doesn't have anything to do with this. God made it clear to you. Leave Caesar's law to Caesar. He don't want anything to do with it. You guys made up these laws. You deal with it. Don't ask me to step in a bit.
Fair enough. So why go in there then, brother?
Because they will grab you up and throw your butt in the can if you don't. And you could stand on the highest horse you can find, and they will still throw you in the can.
Well, maybe that's the point then. Don't stand on a high horse. Lowest guy on the ladder don't have far to fall, I'm told.
Yeah, these are platitudes. They don't mean anything. They don't give you something you can do to protect yourself.
Okay, can I ask you a question? Rule Dude.
Well, let me ask you that, brother, about asking. Hang on. Let me finish this. Just the prosecutor. What's wrong with asking the prosecutor what evidence they have regarding the name? Right off the hop. First thing. Do you see any fault there?
Well, yeah, it's not. You're not at the right place. And that's a wrong question to start with, because you're starting with the merits. Never start with the merits. Never go to the merits.
Hold on a minute.
Unless you
so
can't.
What are you saying? You're not. One is guilty until proven innocent?
I'm saying, who the hell are you to call me into court?
There you go.
What evidence do you have that I fall within your statutory scheme? That's the first question.
Oh, well, that is not
and the second question is what authority do you have to enforce this particular statutory scheme? You go to subject matter jurisdiction before you go to any merits.
Interesting. Jurisdictionary.
You know, I hear that.
Yo, when you know how
Sorry, Larry. Go ahead.
Yo, Rule Dude, you know how the former example you gave was the injured party is the state.
Yes. By statute.
By statute. All right.
Yeah.
Now, is there a modus operandi? Is there a process that you go through that you're always supposed to be able to meet your injured party, to meet the
face your accuser.
Say again?
Face your accuser.
Your accuser, to meet your accuser or whatever, however you.
Well, that's down the road. That's not the place.
So does that not apply in that statutory situation?
Of course it does.
So all right, so you asked to meet the state.
The accuser is not necessarily an injured party.
Right? Isn't that a Isn't that kind of like a loophole right there? Isn't that kind of
No,
something fuckery right there?
no. You have a right to be faced by your accuser.
By your accuser,
But
but they're not in. If they have no injury, if there's no
the accuser does not have to have an injury.
Yeah, but they're
In
making
the
a
matter,
claim, though, right?
it in the
You have
matter.
to have evidence, correct? For a matter to proceed, doesn't there have to be based on some evidence?
Yeah, but that's getting to the merits. You don't want to get there yet.
And where does this rule come that like you want to talk about something? What like is there a hierarchy? And I didn't even know what merit. What does merits mean? What does merits mean?
Facts of the case.
Right. You don't want to
Anytime you go to the facts of the case, now you're flirting with the discretion of the court, and I don't ever want to get to that jackass's discretion.
Fucking cute. It's
So
cute
far-
because we're all on that same page, but it's just you come at it from a different angle. You coming at it from
Okay, I'm a creature of statute. I
What
don't.
facts are there in a case unless that you make a claim? Unless someone makes a claim.
Or how can there be subject matter?
In
until
the there can be subject matter if it's a criminal issue, because you are engaged in a adhesion contract. When you position yourself within the statutory boundaries of a jurisdiction, you engage yourself in an adhesion contract wherein you agree to abide by the common law, which is the penal code. Penal laws are often referred to as common law. As to the penal code, you are bound to them. You bind yourself to them if you enter the jurisdiction. Period. You can argue about it, you can complain about it. If you don't want to be bound to those laws, get the hell out of the jurisdiction. You have that option.
you play, you
But
pay.
Yeah, you need standing in there, as I understand it. Correct?
If you're accused, you have standing.
Oh, bullshit.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay.
Look at it. It's perspective, JP. It's perspective. If they're accusing you,
Oh, I get, he's assuming out the gate
chill
before
out,
he's
man.
even in there. Well, what
I
I'm
mean, look at the
suggesting.
dude's kung fu. He's coming at it from his way of
I'm a creature of statute. I come at it from statute, not from theory. I don't care about theory. I'm an engineer. We don't do theory.
Okay,
We don't do politics.
Theory or not. Can you
I go by
you ever
code.
heard of a guy named Jake Ehrlich?
Who?
He used to be a famous lawyer, so-called U.S. led to believe.
Jake.
I got the name right. Elric.
Jake Ehrlich.
Yeah.
Ehrlich.
Yeah,
it's
EHRLIC.
Yeah, you can go to YouTube and type in Jake Ehrlich.
Hold
I
on.
believe he has an interview with Johnny Carson,
I'll go find it for you, Jill.
1967. Got the name. Jurisdiction.
Go ahead.
Guys,
Go ahead, JP.
Well, just see, I recall he made mention on this interview and one of the books he wrote that the name is hearsay. Straight up,
That what?
it's hearsay.
What's
All right,
hearsay?
so there's this
The
lawyer
name-
that was on the Tonight Show back in the day on Johnny Carson, and he's talking about the birth certificate. He's like, Johnny, what's your name? And Johnny's like, Johnny Carson. And he's like, and then the lawyer's like, well, how do you come to know that? And he's like, well, because my mama told me. And he's like, that's hearsay. And so they keep going back and forth, and he's like, everything you said about your name, you know.
A birth certificate is a verified affidavit attesting to the fact that a human being was born live at the time. And it records his name at the time. And that's all it is. But that's how I know who I am.
Stillborns.
I got it. But
So
what's
how
a-
do you say
what is a
identity?
birth cer- Okay, this is
Nice
nonsense.
guys.
You can go into court waving birth certificates or complaining about birth certificates. They don't give a crap. They're going to enforce the law against you anyway. I do a show where people come to me and ask for remedy.
Well, dude, is there is it possible that there's a relationship between everybody and the state that they're like, let's say, birthed in, And like as far as a
No,
trust, some kind of
not
like
that
a
I know of.
trust relationship going
No,
on.
not that.
No?
Never found one. I've been doing this show a long time, and I've talked to all of these guys
Yeah.
with all this patriot mythology stuff. Never got anything but conjecture. I asked them for code, statute, case law, something to support what they're saying.
Yeah.
What's his name that just went to prison? Winston Shrout.
Oh, another one. Motherfucker. Right.
Yeah,
He's
I did a
frickin'
show.
He reminds me of Joel Osteen. Rock him up there with Joel Osteen and Kanye.
Pastor Mass had set me up to do a show with him. He set me up for this. And I told Winston that, I'm a creature of statute. So where did you come up with all of this stuff that you present here? I said, where is the facts and law? He said, well, you're not going to find any law. I said, well, why not? I said, well, he said, I don't think there is any. Well, where did you come up with all this? He said, well, I figured it out. And I said, well, Winston, so what you're essentially saying is that you made it up. And there's a long pause, and we're on the air. And to his credit, he said, well, yeah, as a matter of fact, I did. I said, Winston, I can't go into court with I made it up. I got to have statute and case law. I got to have something to work with. He didn't have any. Look where Winston's at now. Winston was a great guy. I really liked Winston. So I'm not criticizing him as a person.
I agree he made it up. And I think it was evident.
We don't get to think it's evidence. It's either evidence or not. He could not give me any statutory support for what he was claiming. It doesn't matter if it's true or not. If you can't support
I
it,
believe I said.
How about this for potential?
It was evident he made it up.
Yo, how do you feel about?
Well, I understood what he meant. He figured all this out, how it stitched together, but he didn't have anything he could use to support his arguments in theory. So everyone that followed him were pretty well hanging out in the breeze. They had no way to protect themselves.
Did you mean paperwork? He had no paperwork.
He had no facts and law.
There was no code. There's nothing to support it in the law.
A judge has two duties: determine the facts in accordance with the rules of evidence, then apply the law as it comes to him to the facts in the case. You can come in with the most convincing arguments and the most compelling reasons why he should rule in your favor. But if you don't give him facts and law, he has nothing to rule with.
What about the first rule of evidence? As far as there needs to be claimants, right? Like
again, I'm under the.
Hold on, can we ask him about how he feels about property and ownership and possession and shit like that? Like, no?
Yeah.
Ask him, yeah. How do you feel about that?
Okay, yeah.
Hey, I want to ask for, the question, like, for example, what's, if you have, like, a couple of Mexicans, let's say, you don't know they're Mexican, they're just a couple of men walking down the street, right? And somebody, let's say, a police officer stops them and asks them, where were you born? And they said, and they don't answer anything. I mean, can they be deported?
Not for not answering, no. They can be deported if the officer at some point finds out that they're illegal aliens, but the officer can't do it. That would be another jurisdiction.
Right. So, I mean, my question then is, what's the relationship of man to the land? I mean, the territory, or what is it? Like, for example, as a man, I'm a natural, I'm this thing, right, that has two legs, two arms, a head, whatever. And I'm at peace. I'm not being aggressive or anything. I'm just existing. And all of a sudden, they ask me, well, why are you here? Or whatever.
Okay, that's Fourth Amendment. Fourth and Fifth Amendment. You have a right to be free from unlawful search or seizure, and you have the right to remain silent. That's your relationship, and the relationship.
Hey, you ever ask a dead man about his right to breathe?
I don't do that kind of philosophical stuff.
Yeah, because rights only exist on paper, as far as I can tell, brother.
No. Okay, hold on. We addressed this recently, where I was in court, and for a traffic ticket. And the judge asked me how I plead. I said, I'm not here to plead. I'm here for the examining trial. And he said, well, you don't have a
Well, there you
right.
go. You gave him jurisdiction. He's your daddy.
Oh, give me this. Okay, I don't have time for this. This is nonsense.
Oh,
This is just all this. I've been 12 years. I've been dealing with this kind of stuff where you make up all this crap and people wind up going to jail. I don't do this.
Well,
Nobody goes to jail doing what I tell them to do.
I was talking to a lawyer. And she was going for the bar here in America. She had it in India, and I asked her what
by the way.
I was asking her.
If the state is the injured party, have you ever met the state?
Hold on, wait.
Well, we already went through that, and we heard a response from him. But basically, what I asked her was basically there needs to be two in any case or controversy. There needs to be two claimants, right? A defendant and a plaintiff. She goes, yeah, very good. You should be a lawyer. And I said, so if it's with the company or with the corporate state, who's the claimant? Is it like the Wizard of Oz? And she acted like she didn't know what I was talking about. Then she fought me on it. And then she said she got out of the car. The ride was done, and she got out. And then she came back in, and she said, "You're right. There is no claimant.
Yes,
that's the loophole, and that's how all the countries and the lawyers make the millions of dollars."
The state is the claimant.
And when was the last
statute? By statute, the state is
and there's
the claimant.
a tooth fairy.
The state, by statute, is the injured party. If you don't like that law, then you need to go get it changed.
How do we know that, though? How do we know that without firsthand knowledge?
Read the code.
What if I can't read? What if I can't read? How would I know?
You'll have to pay someone else to read the code. But there's nobody here who is required to protect you. You got all
So
these.
you believe one is guilty until proven innocent.
Okay, yeah, but your rights are not self-actuating. The courts have held Johnson v. something or other. Rights belong to the belligerent litigant. If you want
right.
Let's
Repeat
claim
it, please.
You can't sit back and say, "Oh, they're picking on me. Somebody should stop them." No, you got to do
I can't hear him. Can you guys?
I can.
No.
It's mute.
Yeah, I hear him.
I probably should have
his style. Look, you guys have to understand everything that you learn from the way you learn it. That's how you understand it. So you guys can't assume that he's going to know what we all been looking at all this time. He's been looking at it the way he's been looking at it. You got to respect
the code.
that.
That's all I do. I don't have.
He was here before we were even doing this shit, man. Like I remember this guy. He was one of the first things that I was listening to. Him and that Michael dude.
I remember listening to Randy Kelton when I was up in the Lane Browns.
This is Randy Kelton. Oh my God! I told
All
you.
right, hello.
Yo,
What's going on,
Boris?
Hey, Boris.
Hey,
Oh,
Boris.
okay, there we go.
Same
Now,
thing
now,
with Mark
now,
Stevens.
like I said, now it doesn't sound like I'm talking to you through static.
Yo, do you,
For
Boris?
some reason, man, every time Microsoft updates Skype, my Skype takes like
Gets
30
worse.
minutes for it to download stuff.
Yep.
Yo, Boris.
It's like,
Piece of
it was
shit.
great when it was standalone. Skype was awesome. Then Microsoft took it over, and it went to crap.
It was when they got rid of the Silk codec.
What is it?
When Microsoft bought it, they got rid of the Silk codec, and that was great.
Oh, then what they do? Go to like
When that was too
polyester
expensive
cotton
for them,
codec?
so they made up their own codec, and it was crap.
Yeah, it's polyester cotton, and they try to pass it off as
Well, that was when
Yo,
ours.
Boris,
We
Boris,
had a bootlegged older copy of Skype. We ran for a long time, but they finally blocked it out. We couldn't use it anymore.
Yep.
They seem to be putting everything cloud-based, so pretty soon they're going to control access to everything. That's what they're looking to do.
I'm pretty happy about cloud.
Yeah.
The cloud is up above the jurisdiction, and that's the problem. The only way the government can control the cloud is if they can control all of the jurisdictions, and that they cannot do. They're not going to control Finland, Iceland, Malta.
Who built the internet? Who built the internet?
Exactly.
Internet is a lie. Nobody built the internet.
CIA built
It's
the
a
internet.
military.
All right, I beg to differ.
No.
because
You
I beg
guys
to
don't know
differ because
you don't know the
It's
history.
one broken router that can control it
Okay,
all.
now here's how it happened.
It's a
The
Catholic
Pentagon found out that they were paying for redundant research. So they went to their geeks and said, can you set us up a network so that our contractors and universities can talk to each other so we can stop paying for redundant research? And they said, sure, we could do that. And they bought 1-800 trunk lines and run them out to each of these entities. Well, this worked out so good that the university and the contractor bought an 800 truck line to connect themselves together. And then the other guys did that. And it started branching out. And at one point, the Pentagon said, hey, guys, you guys are going around us. You got to cut this crap out or we're going to pull our hub. And they told them, screw you, pull your hub. We don't care. These 800 lines are ours. We bought them. We own them. The internet is made up of hundreds of thousands of individual phone lines owned by different companies all over the world. You can pull the United States out of the internet and it'll just wrap right around it. It's like something alive. The government cannot control it. They're doing every damn thing they can to get control, and it ain't working. Once we move up into the cloud and we move up into a distributed web, it is totally outside, beyond their current technology control. I am excited. Things are changing dramatically, and they're taking the power out of the government. The only way the government's been able to control us is with the fiat currency. And the fiat currency is about to become irrelevant. They can take their green dollars.
How do you know all this, please?
Pardon me?
You sound like a very knowledgeable guy. Is that right? How do you know all this?
I know a lot. Are you saying that it doesn't matter what anybody says? We'll have to go into court and I'll have to prove this absolutely beyond any reasonable doubt, or you're going to say this is all crap?
Yeah, no, that's how it goes.
Okay, good luck with that.
That's the kung fu.
Good luck with that.
I think that may be an assumption.
You want things to be the way you want things to be. Good luck with that.
Does that apply to you also? Your opinionology.
Okay.
Hey, can I tell you guys a story what happened to me?
That's all we all have, is we have our opinions.
Yeah, let's hear it.
We all have a right to our own. And,
can I tell you a story what happened to me?
Yeah, but I've probably got 5,000.
Keep it short. Go.
All right. The question I was asking about the Mexicans was because of this. I was, I was traveling back from Pennsylvania back into Jersey, and I got pulled over, and I didn't have any ID on me. He asked me if I had any ID. I said, no, I can write you my name. He says, no, do you have anything with your printed name? And I said, no, I don't. I mean, I just grabbed a piece of paper, and I scribbled out my name, and I gave it to him. And then he says, do you have like a credit card? Do you have anything on you? I said, no. And then, so he goes, stand by. He calls for backup. Backup shows up. And then he says, well, I'm going to have to detain you. And I says, well, you already had me detained. So anyway, he took me into, to the precinct, locked me up. And there was this couple of Mexicans there, and they kept, harassing them, asking them, their date of birth, and they wouldn't say anything. So finally, one of the Mexicans said, I'm calling the Mexicans, but I don't even know if they were Mexican or not. Anyway, finally one of them says, the guy, the cop is asking him, where are you, where are you from? Where are you born? He finally says, I was born in America. And he goes, yeah, but we're in America. He goes, in America. He goes, the cop asked him again, where, when were you born? And he goes, I don't remember when I was born. You remember
I was
when
too
you were
young.
born? Yeah. And then the cop his face, you should have seen his face. His jaw dropped. And he says, what are you saying? He goes, do you remember when you were born? Yeah, he said to him, he says, well, you have a strong accent. I mean, you speak Spanish? He goes, I have nothing to say, And he just, the cop kept asking him, questions over and over. What's your name? Where were you born? What's date of birth? Where in America were you born? And anyway, they let him go after 2 nights in there. They let him go.
Okay.
So could it be there's no joinder?
Okay, point.
No contract.
No. That didn't have to do with contract.
Well,
They didn't. If they had reasonable probable cause to believe that he'd committed a crime, he goes to jail. If they didn't, they had no power to hold him in the first place.
Well, then, all right, now.
The only hope they had was
determines
get him to
reasonable
knuckle
cause?
under.
What does determine reasonable cause other than someone's opinion?
That's enough.
Really? So if I'm of the opinion that anybody's doing a crime, I have reasonable cause to bring them down to the sheriff?
Yes.
The accuser.
Absolutely.
The accuser.
I can define the crime.
Absolutely.
And
here's
these are
the deal.
people you want. No. And these are the people we want running rampant around
You
here.
guys got to understand how you don't even understand how the law works, and you're jumping on these high horses. We have tools in place for that.
It's simple. If someone makes a claim against you,
was put in
doesn't
place in
one have to show up
1215 AD.
Huh?
There was
Talking
a
about
tool.
Magna Carta, right?
This is a waste of time. You guys don't understand the basics of how law works. Not even the very basics.
Is that your assumption? Is that your opinion?
Is that my assumption? I don't have time for this crap. I spent 12 years trying to talk to guys like this, and you got this round and circle thing you do. You're going to do what you're going to do, no matter what the law says.
So without
I'm
your
going to help people avoid going to jail and find remedy, but I'm going to do it with law, not with a bunch of.
Does the law state that if I ask where the claimant is, they have to produce the claimant or else admit a false claimant?
So what?
Then what is all this? That means they're admitting a false claimant in a court.
That doesn't mean any such thing.
There's a fictitious plaintiff in a court. That's called contempt, right?
Where do you get that stuff from?
Right out of Black's law, right?
What kind of law? What kind of logic are you?
You've never.
Because there's a claimant, and they
have you ever looked up the term fictitious plaintiff?
I don't have time for this. This is
no. Have you ever looked up the term fictitious plaintiff?
Hold on.
Fictitious plaintiff. You say you spelled 12
Now wait a minute. Hold on. You've just presumed.
No. You said you just spent 12 years.
The accuser is not the plaintiff.
Fictitious plaintiff. Whoever is coming in with the accusation, someone's coming in with a claim, right?
No. Where you get that from?
Well, somebody's making a claim in a court.
You're making a presumption that's not true. Someone comes.
Can we agree that a presumption that's not true is a false claim?
What?
A presumption that's not true is a claim. It would be a false claim of something that's not true, correct?
Okay, but that doesn't make the presumption a false claim as a matter of course.
How do you know?
Well, it's nonsense.
Really? So if
you're saying I have to know that a claim is false because it is a claim?
No.
Are you saying there cannot be a claim that's not false?
No, you misunderstand.
What are you talking about?
Hold on. I've already been through this in court. I know for firsthand knowledge. Okay. If you
are you talking about?
If I go to court and ask who has a claim against me, and nobody steps forth,
well, you can't.
Can they continue with their procedure? If there's no claim, did anybody state a claim upon which relief can be granted?
Help it if lawyers are stupid. If I'm in court and you're coming in on a criminal issue and you say, who has a claim against me? I'm going to say the state has a claim against you.
Now I'm going to demand
Now
I'm going to demand that the state show up onto the witness stand and verify the claim. Can the state do that?
They don't have to verify the claim.
Why don't they not have to verify the claim?
Because state law doesn't require them to verify the claim. So you're just making that up.
No, because the state of Florida doesn't exist. It's just a piece of paper.
You're making that up too.
Really?
Yeah.
So if I ask, so they're allowed to come in under fictitious names, make any claim they want. We're not allowed to see the claimant can make any claim against
You're
us.
making a presumption, not an evidence. You jump to these wild conclusions and you wrap all this logic around wild conclusions.
So what's the claim against me?
Answer his question.
You know what?
Humor him. Answer his question.
What question?
Hey, Rude Dude, I'd appreciate if you just listen very
I can't
patiently.
answer a
what
question that
Boris is asking
presumes.
without any put downs, and just listen to the guy out, listen to his questions patiently
Okay, if no
before you
states,
get petulant. Just relax, bro, and listen to Boris and answer his question, please.
I can't answer a question that presumes facts that haven't been established. There's the assertion that Florida doesn't exist. I'm not going to address that.
Well,
What
evidence do you have?
Yes, he said
That's a
state.
Like the
philosophical
land,
argument.
the
I don't care
judicial
about that.
entity. What are we talking about? Come
It
on,
looks,
man.
if you go to that boundary, it looks like Florida exists. And these cops that got guns, they think Florida exists. And they're going to act like Florida exists. And you may claim it doesn't exist while you're sitting in their jail, whining about how they're mistreating you, but it don't exist, so you're not really in jail. It only looks like you're in jail.
Who is whining about mistreatment?
Okay, I'm not going to do this argument.
You can't handle it, can you, Rude Dude? You've got a brain
You're
fart.
claiming that Florida doesn't exist, and you want me to address that. You want me to answer why someone has some claim when Florida doesn't exist.
Well, let me ask you this: would it make sense? Like, is it true that they can only proceed if the ones bringing a claim are present?
No.
No.
No. They can only, once you get into court in a trial, then you can ask to be faced by your accuser. Before that, you don't. The only other place you have a right to do that is in a preliminary hearing, which we never got to.
So the claimant, like, how does that? What firsthand knowledge does anyone have of the alleged complaint or accuser being the state?
They don't need firsthand knowledge.
Says who?
False presumption.
So hearsay is admissible as far as
They
you're
need
concerned.
firsthand knowledge in order to get a conviction, not in order to initiate a prosecution.
So how come if I don't appear, allegedly I don't appear, they're going to issue a warrant?
Yes.
How is it not? Could it be the same thing with the state? What's the deal with the state with not appearing?
The state's not commanded to appear.
Oh my goodness! Listen carefully to what you just asked. The question is, what is Florida? You said, who's the state? What's the state?
Florida
Did
is
you
a
get it?
sovereign. It's a sovereign nation.
Right, but it only if it's an inanimate
I want
object.
to meet the sovereign.
Yeah.
Where's the sovereign with the claim? Where's the one with the claim? Because as far as I know,
The
this is a
state.
nation of individual sovereigns.
Have you
The
ever met the
state
state?
can
Yeah, and these
Who's the
individual
state?
sovereigns
Who's the
have
state?
gathered together and agreed to a set of laws, and you want to pretend like
Okay,
they're
then
not.
where's the contract wherein I agreed to those same
It's
set of
called
laws?
a constitution.
Where's my signature on the Constitution?
You don't need to have a signature
Why
on
do
the
I not need a
Constitution.
signature on the Constitution?
Because the way a contract works.
Then how does it apply to me?
You are in the state.
Really? Because I hear
And
I tell there's judges out there say you can't
I don't
you can't
care
invoke
about
the Constitution because it's not made for your benefit.
What I'm hearing is
not
coercion
Where's
made
and
my
for
force
your
of
hand on
arms.
this
They're
contract?
right.
I'm hearing coercion and force of arms. I bring you into my
You guys are
jurisdiction.
jumping to one wild conclusion after another.
No, no,
After, you can't even talk about
Hold on,
anything.
hold on,
stupid.
hold on. Let's take it one step at a
Every
time.
word, you guys jump off in another direction. Another
Wait,
wild.
wait. All right, hear me out. You and I are existing on this time and space. We're not in the same location, right?
Right.
We are in separate locations, but at the same time. Do we agree on that?
Okay, I agree.
All right. So out of a sudden, I step on your toes. How
You can't step on my toe unless you step inside the jurisdiction I'm in. And if you step inside the jurisdiction I'm in, you bind yourself
Okay,
to
so
the common law.
now, hold on. Let's take that for a moment. So what you're telling me is this imaginary thing called the state of Florida exists all over property as long as as I step on it, by virtue of being born, I'm already automatically entered into someone else's jurisdiction.
Yes.
That's called slavery. You have the
Okay, what
right
it's called.
hold on.
Bingo.
You have the
Hey.
right to acquire nationality, not have one thrust
Look,
upon you.
I don't do philosophy. That's a philosophical determination.
Well,
I
all
don't do
contracts
that.
are philosophical. They
I
have to
mean-
be, or else there's no intent behind it.
No, there's
No way it went down there.
Okay.
No, really,
Good luck.
really.
Fiction,
So,
buddy.
so you're
Going
telling
into
me
court.
That's what they're
hold on.
trying to hide, guys.
This is
You
what
understand?
This
That's
is what I'm
the,
hearing. This is what I'm hearing.
government
There
agents
is-
are trying to hide.
Hold on. This is what
Listen.
I'm hearing. At
Could it
birth,
be?
you're registered and
That's
recorded
a
as if you're
small
property or a
dish for
citizen
those
and
here.
turned into a receivable.
It's too big to go down that drain.
Got too many-
Hey,
okay.
somebody's talking about plumbing. Can you please mute out?
No, that's what I just heard. That at birth, we're recorded as if we're property, turned into a citizen, which is just an account receivable, and then
Objection.
pledged to the national debt.
Objection. Assumes
What's the
facts
objection?
not in evidence.
What is the object? Why? What facts are not in evidence?
Property.
And the state's in evidence?
No. What property?
You just said that we were property.
Well,
Where
that's
did
what
you
you're just saying. If I'm born in some other
No,
jurisdiction,
you're making some
then it's property, right?
philosophical conjecture that I'm property.
So
This
every
is
time
about-
I okay,
It's about
go ahead.
jurisdiction.
Okay, then how do they get the jurisdiction to record me?
You are in the political.
All right, now,
Wait a minute. Hold on.
Political.
Wait a minute.
Political,
Hold on.
Remember, political is what
I
people
can't
agree
answer
to.
3 questions at once.
Okay, go ahead.
How do they get the authority to record me? What does that?
How do you know they're recording you or recording the man?
You ask that question of
No,
me.
I've already asked the question. I've already asked the question of people who actually do the damn thing. So I'm asking you,
What are you talking
evidence?
about?
No, what facts are you? Keep on saying facts, not in evidence. So
You're
what
running
fact-
around in a circle here. I don't know
No,
what you're
what
talking about.
fact do you have that they record anything other than the event and not the people?
What does that
Well,
mean?
Boris, you're correct in the sense that it is a slavery because if you're a minor, you are property.
Well,
Remember
what is a
that.
minor?
The convention is that not
Hold
until
on.
you reach.
What is a minor?
This is nonsense. You guys
I'm
are
led to believe.
jumping
say
all
for-
over the
okay.
place.
No,
There's
let's
nothing.
go back to the basic.
Wait, hold
Let's
on.
say
Let-
You
you're
can't even
okay,
say
Yeah,
three
let's-
sentences in a
let's say.
row.
Let Boris continue on. This is
All I'm saying is what facts does this guy on whoever's talking, this host dude, rely on that allows him to presume they're registering recording people on a birth certificate?
Okay. Facts you rely
hold on.
on.
Yeah,
Your
what
rule
facts?
book.
So we can assume all the facts and evidence. What facts do you have that the birth certificate itself registers and records any of the living people on the land?
Every state in the union has statutory requirements to record birth.
Okay.
Every one of them.
And what
But it's the
facts-
event. Yo, rule
what
dude,
facts do you have
What
that they
he's
record
tricking
living people and not the event?
tricking you. Yeah, it's the event.
That's,
they're
that's some kind of weird philosophical thing. I don't
No,
know
why
what you're
don't
talking
you
about.
read the laws?
semantics, man. He's talking about the living person, and they can only acknowledge the event. They're recording the event.
I've been yelled at by the registrar numerous
What does
States
that
of the
mean?
Union.
What does that mean?
That's
It's
federal
just
There's
district.
like a
State
loophole.
Florida.
They're looking at it like they can't acknowledge the human being. They can only acknowledge like the event and or a fictitious
Yeah,
entity.
okay, so what?
Like a glove. That's that. It's an angle.
What's
All
that
right,
mean?
truthfully, I'm gonna tell you what I really think it is. Every name out there is Christ's name because Christ lives within your heart.
Don't
he's
stick
not
this
a-
on Christ. Christ
No.
didn't do this. This is
No,
not.
no. I'm not talking about what Christ did or didn't do. I'm talking how they set up the system to operate. That nobody seems to want to put in the notion that what they've done is that name, that all capital letter name, all property is held in suspension under SSK for the one true heir.
Where do you come up with that?
1666 SSK Act.
Winston
Look at the
Churchill.
Vatican records. Look at the ones who
The
actually.
Vatican record does not apply here
Why does it not apply? It's how it's constructed.
because this is the United States.
Oh.
You go to Rome, maybe it applies in Rome.
You're going to tell me the Vatican had nothing to do with construction of the
I
foundation?
don't give a crap what they had anything to do with. They are not an authority in the United
They didn't
States.
say they were authority.
Well, then they have no. Then your arguments relative to the Vatican are
What I'm saying is, what's
irrelevant.
built here? Look at what has been built. Have they registered? No. It all goes down to the one thing. What fact do you rely on, assuming and presuming that the birth certificate records people?
Statute.
What statute?
I don't have all the statutes memorized,
You
but
were talking
if I had to, I
generalities.
could go look it up.
Statute
This is
you're
a
relying-
nonsense argument.
No. How is it nonsense?
It
I
means
believe it to be
nothing.
the
What
foundation.
difference
If they're
does it
not
make?
reporting to people, what are
What
they?
difference does it make?
Because if they're not reporting to
If
people,
I
how can
get
you
accused
liable
of a
for something that's
crime
not you?
or I get sued in court, what the hell difference does it make
Because
that my birth certificate recorded something or didn't? What does that have to
If
do?
you're a
Because if
how did you define a
if
crime?
it doesn't record a people, one of the people, why are they going to the people with the claims against that, whatever the hell it is?
I don't know what you're talking about. They're going to.
I think
if
No.
I'm charged with a crime, the state is coming to me because of a behavior on my part that someone else witnessed and reported to the state as a crime.
And who's the
Can I say
state?
something
Don't have
about
anything-
crime in New Jersey? Let me tell you, I was told when I went in on a case, there's two types of. I was demanding a jury trial for my offense, my crime, and they told me that my crime is not a crime, that I cannot get a jury trial because it wasn't a crime. And I says, wait a minute, I mean, you're going in circles. What do you mean that the Constitution says I have the right to be tried by a jury of my peers? What do you mean my crime is not a crime? Then they said, well, your crime is an offense. And I says, wait a minute, what do you mean an offense? An offense against who? And then they said, against the state. Well, where did I agree that I was bound to the state? And they delay, and they run the speedy trial clause, and then they drop the charges.
Okay, all you're saying is that the system's corrupt. I got that. I agree. It's corrupt as
Well,
hell.
hold on. Maybe it's not corrupt. Maybe you're looking at it wrong.
Oh, I read the code.
Well, okay, that's
The
fine. That's great. You got a code.
Constitution. Very
I asked a question and you can't answer it. What facts are you
Because you're
relying
asking
on?
questions that I
What
can't
facts what statute are you relying on that says that the birth certificates record people?
crap. Hold on. Let me go to the internet and dig up the freaking code.
Go ahead and dig up
This
the
is-
code.
What difference does it make?
Because it's relevant to everything. Because
Relevant to
the
what?
presumption is coming from you.
You say everything. What does everything mean?
Everything,
I can't.
everything that spawns after. If you don't
What?
have the, you
How?
don't have the foundation of thought right, then everything that comes after it is fucked up.
That's philosophical nonsense.
No. That's not right. If you go build a building on a foundation that's not level,
This is not a building. This is law.
Everything you build after the foundation is a building.
Which code, Boris? Which code are you referencing here?
I don't know what code he's referencing.
No, are you thinking of one specific though?
No, Florida. I've already talked to the state registrar about this. I've been yelled at more times than I can count of. That he's adamantly screamed at me. We do not register people. We register the event. I've been screamed at numerous of times.
That's what it says. Yeah. So what? What's
So
that mean?
Is the event of people?
Why is that?
Explain it. Go
What's
into
that
some
mean?
detail,
Why is
Boris.
it important?
Well, yeah. Why do you think that's so important, Boris? Go into a little bit of detail.
I believe it's so important because if if it's not registered or tied to the people, then it must be for something else.
Okay, that's
What is
philosophy.
something else?
That's philosophy. I don't do.
What is no. If it
You
doesn't
be-
register,
you believe.
for
I don't
people,
have beliefs.
And in the
I got
event, why register the event? What is the purpose behind it?
Who cares? What does that have to do with
How?
whether or not you can
Wow, I'm
be?
surprised your inquisitive nature doesn't allow you to dig deeper.
How? Why not?
Well,
If-
because it appears to me that if the country is founded on the Declaration of Independence, the country is founded on the Declaration, correct?
Yeah.
And what is the purpose of government? To protect property and all your rights and exercises in it, right?
Okay.
If the pledge of the Declaration is we mutually pledge to each other our life or fortune and our sacred honor, correct?
Okay.
It appears to me that the birth certificate doesn't register the people, but registers a independent, self-governing corporate municipality.
How the hell
through
do
which
you get there?
have your rights and with a common treasury.
It records an event.
Yeah, it creates something
How
else.
did you get from it records to an event to some corporate entity?
Because the Declaration of Independence created a trust within the law of nations.
Oh, where'd that come from? You just made that up.
We found that in the law book, written from Stanford Law.
Where?
Like I forget which guy, which was the man that had that?
You're playing
registry investment system.
No. Was
registry
was that man who bought that book from Stanford Law that had that written in the book?
Are you talking about a trust as a legal instrument?
Look at the declaration. It has everything, all the essential elements of a trust are in it.
Who is the benefactor?
What is a benefactor?
There can't be a trust without a benefactor, a beneficiary, and a trustee. That's what a trust is.
A benefactor is a grantor, correct?
The grantor.
Yes. The people who got sick of being governed under a king all got together and said, hey, we're going to make this simple treaty of protection under the law of nations.
So all those people are dead.
Oh, they still created a trust that everybody wants protections of.
What does the trust do?
Well, what is the function of government?
What relevance does it have?
What is the function of government?
You're answering a question with a question, and that's just a circle. You can ask vague, general, unanswerable questions in response to a specific.
Talking to declaration. What does the declaration say the nature and purpose of government is?
It's just all we're doing is philosophy on top of philosophy on top of philosophy. I don't do that. I don't do that.
What the Declaration of Independence says.
Who cares?
Please hear him out, Randy.
When a cop arrests me, what do I care about the Constitution? What do I care about the Declaration of Independence?
And that's
why do I care about the birth certificate?
We're in this position we're in now. Because
no, that's not why we're in the position we're in now.
Because of apathy like that. Not going back to the beginning, you're relying on other people's arguments to build your fucking foundation. Go back to the beginning.
Come on,
the
be
Declaration
nice.
I got code.
What is the
That's
purpose of government? What is the purpose of government according to the foundation?
I don't give a shit what the court. What's that got to do with defending yourself in a criminal case or a civil case?
Dude,
well, there's differences.
What do they do with it? Well, you can argue those things,
foundation,
but nobody cares.
Everything is all. If you do not build a solid foundation, then you're building a house.
That's a philosophical crap.
Oh, if you're not building
you got code.
Foundation, you're building it on sand.
Hey, Boris,
The foundation of everything. What is the
Boris?
We had a nexus.
Guys, there is something you can do. There's something you can do today to fix this problem. And I've been all these years trying to get people to do it. And all they do is philosophical argument. If you believe that a public official is violating the law, get your ass in there, file criminal charges against the jackass. And when the person you filed it with doesn't take it, you file criminal charges against that jackass. You take them all the way up to the Supreme. We are the sovereigns. If we don't stand up and act like it, then they're going to do whatever the hell they want to. We can have all these philosophical arguments. But if we don't get up on our ass and stand up and take these guys to task, we have a great corpus juris. Every remedy I need is written right into that code. So I don't give a shit where it comes from. Everything I need is in there. I can tell you some
of my experience.
I like that.
I
like that one. How do I defend myself against the fiction? What question?
Listen to my show. This is what we do.
What questions? You just ask questions.
Thanks.
No, we file criminal charges.
Yeah.
And we set them up. You know, I got these rules. One of them is never ask a public official to do anything you actually want him to do. Because you never ask a public official to do anything that the law does not command him to do, so that when he doesn't, you get to land on him. And we got tools.
I'm asking the public official to do something that the law commands him to. Produce the claimant. Who can verify the claim.
The plaintiff.
No, produce the claimant. Claim and.
I am the claimant.
No, not when someone's bringing a claim against you.
Wait a minute.
If someone's bringing a claim against you, how are you the claimant?
Then
you're the insurance policy.
You're assuming that claims are brought out of the thin air.
Well, you just said they don't need anything to back it up, so I'm assuming that you think they can come out of thin air.
You're assuming, but you didn't give me a chance to explain how it actually works.
Shall we go back to this transcript where you just said they don't need any evidence, they can do this on hearsay?
I didn't say any such thing.
You guys, can we start?
Should we go back and listen?
This is what you.
Let's start where you guys agreed. You guys agreed with the birth event scenario.
Yeah, we never got beyond the birth event.
All right.
Because Lily just told me the statute that shows the facts that they're recording people, not just an event. Because if they're recording just an event, how are they tying the event to you by charging the event?
They're not.
Well, can I just say something? At some point, don't we take that event document and couple it, mingle it with another document, and that creates the entity that we actually use?
Phil, I've done this in open court. Under what authority do they recognize you by that name? I've never gotten an answer.
Who cares?
What do you mean, who cares?
Yeah, who cares?
The court couldn't answer it. The prosecutor couldn't answer it. The public defender couldn't answer it. Do you think that case went anywhere?
Who cares? What does that have to do with anything?
Case went anywhere?
If a citizen
I asked one question in an open court, and you're denying that fact?
That's nonsense. It's meaningless.
How is it nonsense?
It's meaningless. What does it mean?
If they can't recognize you by or through that name, how can they keep coming after you to charge you with something?
Easy.
How?
I say, you see that physical structure there? I observed that physical structure do an act that's defined as a crime within the state. That's all they need.
Okay.
They don't need to know what your name is. They don't need to know if you have a birth certificate.
Now we got someone else out there saying, okay, someone witnessed something. Now, what facts do they have that whatever they witnessed, I was liable or I had a duty not to do?
See, you're jumping way ahead of things.
How am I jumping way ahead?
Let me get there. The code is very well structured.
Okay.
Let's say I have a woman that lives next to me, and she lives alone. And she tells me, boy, the guy next to me, I saw him beat some guy to death and bury him in the backyard out there. And I believe her. But I can't see anything. I'm afraid of him. If I believe that person.
Hold on. I'm going to stop you right here because what you're talking about.
Okay, hold on.
What you're
now
talking
you're going
about
to jump to all these kind of philosophical crap.
What you're talking about is a capital offense against another living soul. What we're talking about is you're speeding down the road and some officer says you violated the code. How am I liable to the code? What facts does he have?
You are.
Can I say something? I can answer that.
Go ahead.
Well, what you're speeding in. If you're using something called a vehicle, it has a plate on it that has been registered. Somebody has already brought that into an agreement, into a contract by applying for a registration or something.
And now I'm going to go back. Now I'm going to go back to the simple question I have. What facts are you relying on that I'm the party with surety?
The one person looked at you personally. Doesn't make any damn difference.
So that's the fact.
Whether you have a birth certificate, you don't have a birth certificate, you are a physical entity. And if he observed that physical entity, you're bound. If you're inside the jurisdiction, no boundaries of the state, he can make the claim. Now, if it's traffic, there's a whole argument.
Hold on. Let me finish this up. If the people are not registered on the birth certificate, but they're using the name on the birth certificate, how are they authorized to attach that name to the one they didn't register?
We don't have to. It doesn't make any damn difference what your name is.
Wow. Okay.
Yeah, don't.
All right. So I guess my call in an open court in a criminal case where I asked them under what authority were you relying on to recognize you by that name is irrelevant. That stopped everything.
Irrelevant.
That stopped everything. That stopped everything, and it's irrelevant.
That's just because they don't know how to deal with it.
And you have a talk show, and you talk to people, and you tell them the law.
We're coming up with that doesn't have.
If it's a criminal case where another man or woman has been injured, then there is somebody making.
That would be right. That would be right. But where is the man or woman that was injured when I supposedly said?
The state is
Who is the fucking state? So you're telling me liable to every person out there?
The state is a legal fiction.
That means my liability is everybody
You want to
else.
pretend like all this law.
Boris, if it's a crime defined under the civil code, then that means that you have gone into their jurisdiction. So I mean,
and you don't belong.
Excuse me?
It doesn't matter if you have a name or not.
Could it be there's just a mistake?
It matters when they want to use your name for the court registry investment system to put a QSIP number on it.
That's I've heard that crap for years and never found anything to support. And it doesn't have anything to do with a criminal prosecution. That's a whole separate
let
issue.
me tell you something. Okay, this is not criminal, but I'm going to tell you what happened. I was leasing a property, right? And then the landlord sold to another guy. The guy filed for non-payment of rent in order to invalidate the lease. And it was interesting. I filed affidavits into the record, and the judge told me that my affidavits cannot be used. I says, why not? He goes, well, we don't accept affidavits in this special civil part. And I went back to the rules, and it said that I needed to use declarations. Okay, so now what's the difference between a declaration and an affidavit?
Depends on the jurisdiction in the state. I'd have to look at the code.
Right, exactly. So that means that they have different rules.
Yeah.
What it turned out to be, in order for me, I had to go to equity, full equity section of the court, chancery, in order to show cause for him to seize his case, in order to stay his case. Now, do you understand? So they have multiple jurisdictions for real estate and for land and for this. What they're not telling us is how they're structured and how we can defend and how we're pulled into their, because they're using assumptions, presumptions, and
I'm working on a tool to address exactly that.
Simple, man. Who are you and what the fuck do you want?
Yo, that slapping noise. Can someone please stop fapping or whatever the heck they're doing? Somebody's trying to talk, or can someone mute him out?
No, this is Skype. We can't do that.
There. Okay, there we go.
Okay. I'm building a tool to sort out all this trash. The lawyers use this as a way to win their cases no matter what. And I'm building a tool to stabilize the code. We have a really good body of law. Every state that I've looked at has a really good body of law. The problem is we're not able to articulate it consistently.
That's all that matters.
And
where's the contract enforced?
See, you keep jumping. You keep jumping to
Boris,
these.
the thing is that he's right about having a great code of law. In America, this is the only place where men and women we're all peers. We're equals to kings, queens,
all right. Yes,
emperors.
And I understand that. But you all are looking at jurisdictions without even establishing that the guy in the court even has a right to be there. So who is the claimant?
Okay,
if he doesn't come forth, then the guy in there is not first-hand knowledge, and anything he says is hearsay. We're going to object.
If you take
it's a false
on
claim.
If you take on an ethereal issue of that nature, you will have no opportunity to defend yourself. You'll just go to jail. And you'll rail at the indignity of it all and unrighteousness of it all, but you still go to jail. I do a show where I try to help people find remedy and keep them out of jail. So we address what's relevant. What's relevant at the moment. Yes, the system's screwed up, and we need to fix it. But in the meantime, we also have to live inside it.
No, we don't.
Then you can get out of it. You can. That's a nonsense.
Hold on, just not being argumentative with the rule dude, please, you guys. But the thing is, rule dude, the guys have been working these philosophical angles and have been having weird successes, man. In their, so it's like in our firsthand experiences, we're having successes using these wink wink belief systems, and it's like, what the fuck's going on? So that's why we're like championing it so hard.
Let me make a suggestion. Have you ever heard of the 1099 OID?
Yeah, we heard about that.
Yeah, we had a bunch of guys promoting that, and it worked.
Yeah,
and it worked for 2 or 3 years, and then the IRS finally got enough pressure that they sat down and took a close look at it. And the only reason it worked is because it was designed for something else. And they hadn't designed into the computer system a way to catch it. Once they figured it out, they came back and everybody went to jail.
They fixed the
Mike
glitch.
Biter. Ask Mike Biter.
You know what? That's
He's
an
been in jail
accounting
20
issue.
years over that.
The reason the 1099 OID is because of double entry bookkeeping accounting. Okay, so and it
Okay,
ties
no,
with
my point
jurisdiction,
is,
and I can explain it to you.
I'm
But
not
see
arguing
here,
1099 OID. What I'm arguing
okay,
is,
listen to me.
is they didn't know how
That's
to.
not his point. That's not his
I
point.
don't want to go off on
if-
1099 OID. Separate issue.
Has
Has
anybody
just an
heard?
example,
Has
asshole.
anybody?
Yeah, let's not
Asshole.
talk about the
Asshole.
entry
It was an
accounting.
example.
Yeah. Or the
You
credit
can
registry
raise
assessment
issues.
systems.
Here's
They
something
don't
else
know.
that we could do. Buddy did the. I got a good buddy who took on a case for a buffalo rancher. This buffalo rancher they tried to come after him for abuse of cattle, and it was a retaliatory action against him from the sheriff and his 2 deputies that he put in jail for 5 to 10 years for killing someone or something like that. So they come after him. We do everything. They rail right through it. At the end, they get their order. My buddy wrote a void judgment on his behalf as the beneficial owner of that name that you think is relevant. When that dude went back into court, every single attorney and judge were arguing with each other, but forgot all about him. End of story. He got no trouble and nothing happened to him.
And
He put it
that was-
all back on him.
That was because they didn't know how to handle it, and we
No.
get that. I had
That
a
is-
guy call. Oh, okay.
Oh,
Hey,
because
has
you're,
any of you
they're
guys
holding-
I can't
they're
argue
holding
with that.
everything for the benefit of the people.
Hey,
That's what
Boris,
they're
have you heard of the people of North Sentinel Island?
North Sentinel Island? No. Who are they?
They are basically living like in the Stone Age,
Yeah.
and they killed some Christian. What do you
It's
call it?
the one down in the Pacific area?
Yeah,
Yes,
that's
sir.
the Indian Ocean.
Dude went down there, and then they said that we don't want you around and killed him for trying to come and trespass on him.
Right.
That's an island in the Indian Ocean, and India has put a no trespass zone around it because that group of people have had no contact with modern life and technology, and they didn't want to corrupt them. And some people went in there and they killed them, but they killed them according to their law. So, all we could do is, all the India could do is back up and say, you shouldn't have went there. Yeah, I'm familiar with that case. That's an interesting case.
Okay.
So, this is these guys have followed their own law forever. And a Christian comes in and violates their law. Well, we may think that's horrible, but they're within their legal system. And
Okay.
And India said, no, that's their law.
All right. So my point is this: in America, we have a great system of law. The reason is we don't understand how it works, but we are extremely lucky to have what we have. Now, if we can know how to fight the corruption, you can live the best life you can live in this country.
That's what my show is about. How to take these guys on. It's easier than you think. There's a way to do it. One of the rules I have is that the best fight to have is the one you picked. Don't wait till they pick a fight. Go pick one with them. And once you've picked a fight with them, now you have them contaminated. I was helping a guy in Texas, and he filed the judge ruled against him. He filed a request for findings of fact and conclusions at law. And Rule 297 said the judge shall produce findings of fact and conclusions at law within 20 days. If he does not, you can file a notice of late filing. Well, we did that, but we also charged the judge with official oppression and filed it with the grand jury. The code said the judge shall. It did not say may, might, or can if he frickin' wants to. The judge failed to perform a duty he was required to perform, and in the process denied a citizen full and free access to or enjoyment of right under 39.03 Texas Penal Code. That's a Class A misdemeanor. We filed it with the grand jury. Oh, that was a hoot. I had a judge have a bailiff touch me in court. I filed first-degree felony aggravated assault against him. I wasn't going to get him indicted, but I got everybody's attention. About 5 years ago, I got all the highest judges in Texas, the Court of Criminal Appeals, all 9 of them put in front of a grand jury. Almost got them all over bullshit. Filed a habeas corpus for this kid in Conroe. The clerk said, with the Court of Criminal Appeals, because I filed it in Conroe with a district judge, and the judge said, Mr. Kelton, are you an attorney? Are you the one that filed this habeas? Yes. They stopped a murder trial to hear my habeas. Are you the one that filed this habeas? Yes, I am. He said, are you an attorney? Oh, no, Judge. Sleep well at night and keep my hands in my own pockets. Thank you very much. Well, Mr. Kelton, since you're not an attorney, I'm not going to accept this habeas. I turned to the bailiff. Mr. Bailiff, did you hear that? Yes, Mr. Kelton, I did. Arrest that judge. Well, I can't arrest the judge. I sure can. Just go over and throw the cuffs on him and drag him off to jail. Well, why would I arrest him? Criminal violation 3903 penal code, and I went through the routine. I had this long argument with the bailiff, and the judge sat there and kept his mouth shut. And when the bailiff absolutely refused, the judge picked up the gavel and said, Mr. Bailiff, if Mr. Kelton doesn't leave my courtroom, you're to arrest him. I said, with all due respect, Your Honor, that's cheating. Well, maybe, but I got the gavel. Good point. Pointed the bailiff, you, come with me. And out we went. So I filed with the Court of Criminal Appeals. The clerk said he couldn't take it unless I filed a motion for leave to file. I said, screw that. This is a habeas. The great writ, the writ of right. This court has no power to grant or deny leave. And he said, well, he couldn't take it. It was his rules, and this wasn't my fight. I'm trying to get this kid out of the jail. He's following the Republic of Texas, doing their bullshit. And the Republic of Texas came to me to see if I could get him out. So I wrote him a motion for leave to file. They denied me leave to file a habeas corpus. I went straight to grand jury. Took me a year. Prosecutor finally gave it to the grand jury. It taught me a very valuable lesson. So I told Claire Dawson Brown, the assistant prosecutor who handled the grand jury, I said, look, Claire, all I want you to do is give this to the grand jury. You have no option because 2.03 commands the prosecutor when he has it made known to him in any manner that a public official has violated law relating to his office. He shall reduce the complaint to information submitted to the grand jury. So you have to give it to him. You don't have to agree with it. You can go in on your white horse and argue against presentment, and you can be the good guy. Well, I get it to him. A month and a half later, I asked her, what's the problem with my complaints? She said, Mr. Kelton, I made sure every grand juror read your entire presentment. What the hell? It was 119 pages. It's a friggin' book. And I thought about it. What the hell is going on here? She's not trying to get him no-billed. Ron Earl, 25-year prosecuting attorney. He's the guy that took out Tom DeLay. Nobody ever accused Tom DeLay of a crime. Speaker of the House, the United States House of Representatives, and Ron Earl took him out, and nobody ever accused him of crime. I filed a habeas in that case. He's not running for office again. He's a Democrat. All 9 of these judges are Republicans. You'll never win your case simply because you have the law and the facts on your side. To think so is naive. You win your case if you have the politics on your side. And all politics is local. That low-down scoundrel used my complaints as cannon fodder to try to take out his political enemies. We are the most powerful creature in the courthouse. And that's why. Once we got that, you walk into a courthouse anywhere in Texas with me. When they hear my name, you can hear every asshole in the building suck shut. This is how we're going to get this fixed. Stand up, take them on.
What? Hold them liable, right?
Exactly. And when you file criminal charges against somebody, whoever gets them is going to trash them. Oh, goody. Arlington, Texas, I asked the clerk to see some criminal files, some traffic files. She said, are you the accused? Oh, no. Are you an attorney? No. Well, then you can't see those. Oh, wow. You shouldn't have said that. I called the bailiff over. Mr. Bailiff, I need you to arrest her. Well, why would I arrest her? Well, she wouldn't show me these files. He said, well, are you an attorney? No, no, no. Are you the accused? No, 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 no. Well, then you can't see those. Oh, man, you shouldn't have said that. Took out my cell phone, and I'm about to dial 911, and the bailiff said, you can't use a cell phone in here. And the clerk said, leave him alone. He's just trying to get you to do something so he can charge you. I looked at her and said, he's too late for that. And I asked the bailiff, are you going to interfere with a 911 call? That's a felony in Texas. And he shut up, and I dialed 911, asked for somebody to come out, arrest both of them. Never give fair warning. Never give legal advice, because that comes under fair warning. If you try to give them legal advice, they're going to accuse you of being agitated. So don't give them legal advice. Don't tell them what the law is. Don't tell them what they're required to do. Suck them into stepping across the line. Call 911, and when the 911 guy gets there, you read the riot act to him, trying to get him to arrest these guys. Then you get to see that little chicken dance. He's been called out because you're the victim, and you want him to arrest his buddies. You got him up on this dime, and he does this little chicken dance trying to get off of it. And when he refuses, what I do, in this case, I pulled out a criminal complaint I already had written up for this particular thing and just signed the officer's name on it, gave it to the 911 responder. And when he refused to act, I pulled out another one already made up, put his name on it with all the facts already in it. And the 911 guy looked at that and said, you set us up. I said, yeah, you guys are suckers for that. Wasn't that great? Yeah, you jerks. Now I want his boss to arrest him. This is how we're going to fix it.
We'll do it. May I ask a question, please?
Sure.
Why are you accusing your brother? Why do you lay claims on your brothers? Why are you so at war?
Oh, we're not at war. I never want anybody indicted. And I don't...
Would you take an observation from somebody a little bit far away from you? Perhaps you come across a little bit to me like a little too much Moses.
No, you got to understand.
Wait a minute, please, wait a minute. You've been doing a monologue for 12 minutes.
Okay.
Please wait. You're enjoying your own show, okay. Are you trying to assume that without your light, all the brothers on this so-called Skype will perish? Without your light, we're all going to perish and we're all ignorant if we disagree with you? Or if we ask you a question? Are you Moses? Are you part of the Red Sea? Who are you? How do you know all this knowledge? And my last question is, do you want plain Vaseline or do you want grit in the Vaseline?
No, you're misunderstanding my purpose. I don't have an act.
Please enlighten me.
Okay, I don't have an extra ground with my public officials. I know a lot of policemen. I don't know a single one who became a policeman so that he could be a jackbooted thug. They got into this business because they wanted to help people. And it turned out to be something they didn't intend, but now they're committed to it. I think of my public officials like I do my grandkids. I love them dearly.
And
but
have you had a hook from your grandmother?
Let me finish.
Because you do seem to be a little bit at war, and I'm just wondering if you just need a little bit of honey loving.
Okay. Do you want to hear my answer?
Please go ahead. Feel free. The show is all yours. Go ahead.
Don't wait until a policeman does something really, really horrible. Or a public official. The best time to sting them is when they step half-inch across the legal line. Minor bullshit little complaint, and you hammer them with it. You're not going to ruin their career. But what you are going to do is make them extremely uncomfortable, because when the person you file a complaint with refuses to take the complaint, you're going to sting him and his boss and walk this thing all the way up. Everybody's going to be pissed. The only way they're going to keep some other jackass from doing what you're doing to them, change their policy. If you file a habeas corpus with the Court of Criminal Appeals in Texas, they will not ask you for no damn motion for leave to file. I didn't get them indicted, but I got the problem fixed. And that's the purpose. Set them up, sting them on the tiniest little things because you don't want to ruin their careers. We could get rid of all the public officials we got, replace them all, we'd be in the same place. Let's fix the ones we got. We have the power to do that. I just have a hell of a time. I have trouble getting people to do it.
Has it ever occurred to you that you may be in error at some point?
Oh, yeah.
So could give us an example of the last time, please? Share this.
I was once, I represented myself in a criminal case once, and I was in the wrong for doing that. Because I thought I was so damn smart and I know so much law. The jury threw the book at me. Gave me
Is it like entrapment?
Well, it was a nonsense. I filed criminal charges against a judge with the grand jury. And he prosecuted me for operating a private investigator business without a license. I never had anything to do with the private investigation business. He prosecuted me anyway. And I was stupid enough to represent myself instead of getting a lawyer. And I was totally incompetent. Yeah, I thought I was so damn smart, know all this law. I had a dog in the hunt. And the jury threw the book at me. So yeah, I've been wrong. But I didn't start this yesterday. When I filed 35 criminal complaints against the judge, the prosecutor, and everybody involved with the Court of Criminal Appeals, 2 days I was out. I should have done that to start with. But I thought I was so freaking smart. I thought I could win this case.
Has that happened more than once?
No. No, I represented myself in 1992, but I won that one. So I've been prosecuted more than once. I've been arrested more times than I can count.
So if you've been arrested more times than you've been counted, would you say that you're a poor recommendation for any kind of legal advice, perhaps? Saying that you've been made so many mistakes and so many errors with your confession there?
Well, they weren't all mistakes. When you poke the bear, you expect the bear to poke back.
Well, why would you want to poke the bear in the first place? Are you at war? Have you got something to prove?
I'm a combat veteran.
So?
I swore on my oath that I would protect this country from all enemies, foreign and domestic.
And have you ever been an enemy? Have you ever been in treason to yourself or an enemy to yourself?
Well, that's kind
of... It's self-examination for yourself.
What is the point of these questions?
What do you think the point is?
I think you've got an axe to grind.
Really? Oh, okay. Well, okay.
I mean, that's what it sounds like.
Have you ever been at war?
Yes, I have.
Oh shit! Did you have to take a separate oath when you know, like your original oath when you first entered the military was whatever it was, and then when you actually had to engage in war, was that a separate oath?
No. When you join the military, you swear on your oath you'll protect this country from all enemies, foreign and domestic. And when I got out of the military, they told me it was a lifetime oath. I was not freed from it. So I'm acting in accordance with my oath. And I don't give a tinker's damn what they do to me.
Yeah.
There is nothing they can do to me.
I took that oath, but I was an ingenue. I was a young lad. And I was caught in a belief structure. Later on, I did some research, and they violated their contract with me. See, when I held my hand up, I became under the jurisdiction of the UCMJ.
Yes, I'm very familiar with the UCMJ.
Yeah, which is a different jurisdiction of law or code. And actually, when I got my separation papers from that corporate entity, on the papers, the name, okay, I have two given names. The corporate entity, they use the terms like first, middle, and last. Okay, now what I realized on my separation papers, and I still have them to this day, that the family name, or they call it a surname or the last name, it was typed in the document in all capital letters. Now in the Chicago Manual of Style, that's called Capitis Diminutio Media. So through that contract that I swore an oath to and signed on the dotted line, it reduced my status to that I actually abrogated some of my rights through contract, and I did.
Yeah, me too.
Yeah. So now later on, I did some research, and actually I took Dr. John Eidsmoe's course, Institute on the Constitution, and I learned a little bit further and went even deeper into the law and finding out where, actually these things called the Navy, the Army, the Air Force, and the Marines have no constitutional jurisdiction. They're actually unconstitutional.
Yes, I'm aware of that. Well,
okay,
they're not.
So hold on.
They're not originally
just
unconstitutional.
hear me out. Just from please.
Okay.
So what I did was, see, I'm a follower and believer of Yeshua. I claim to be a man of peace, and that I'm a sojourner on the land. And I followed, I looked into things a little bit further into the law and jurisdictions of the law and the origins of law. And see, it says that I'm not supposed to swear or take any oaths, according to the law that I believe.
Okay.
So I actually, the people that I swore an oath to defend and protect, they lied to me. Matter of fact, I went to the captain, okay, and he told me I could be a really good, sailor if I would just, apply myself properly. And pardon the vernacular, but I told him, fuck you, fuck this ship, fuck the Navy. I'm getting tired of being lied to, okay? And this is what's happened. This quote-unquote corporation called the nation of the United States of America has been at war 227 years out of 247, and they've been raped, robbing, and murdering ever since. Okay, the nation is under martial rule. We're one step away from martial law, and they're implementing Agenda 30. It used to be called Agenda 21, or now it's Agenda 30. So the reality is that the nation is occupied by a foreign entity called the Bar, coming out of the Inns of Court at London.
Okay, that's not true.
It is true.
You're making that stuff up. I've been through this argument.
It's not a story. It's not a made up thing. Hey, Randy, can I ask you one question? Have you ever seen a license to practice law?
Yes.
Okay, what's it look like? What's it look like?
It's a license with a state of Texas placard on it. It's issued by the Texas Supreme Court. Every lawyer has one in Texas. Yeah.
Could you could you give me a picture of it?
I don't have a picture of it, but ask any Texas lawyer, he'll show it. So can't pretend this doesn't exist. The Supreme Court actually does issue licenses to lawyers.
CFR, what are you getting at? What are you getting at, bro?
I'm just, what am I getting at?
Yeah.
Well, he said he took an oath to defend and protect the Constitution and the people of this nation, and that sounds very honorable.
Well, as lawyers, are we still talking about the lawyer card thing?
Well, I mean, we're talking about the codes and the law, and it's,
not overall. What were you getting at? What were you getting at with that lawyer card thing?
Well, I just have, I have an issue with the attorneys. I don't need an attorney.
Okay, fine. Whether or not they are
valid, are they occupying?
How are you going to verify that? Who the fuck knows? Shit. You have criteria.
Somebody made a claim that there is a license, and I would like to see it.
Yeah, there is one. Ask any lawyer. They generally have it up on the walls.
I don't. I want to see the physical thing called the license.
Yeah, go to the.
So a piece of paper is going to mean what?
It's a license. It's issued by the Supreme Court.
There's a driver's license. Those things are contracted and issued, right?
Yeah.
There is like professional licenses.
That's exactly what the license is for lawyers. It's a professional license.
Well, I've yet to see one.
Just go ask any Texas lawyer. I don't know what other states if they actually issue them, but I know in Texas the Supreme Court does.
Yeah, but you
And
said
most every lawyer will have it up on his wall.
Yeah, have you seen it on the wall?
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's not an issue. That's one of those
Randy,
things these guys were arguing. And
Randy, why do you think that this myth isn't as accurate as everyone's, whispering left and right, that that we're occupied by a foreign state of
I've been
have you
30
been
years.
Like, why do you think otherwise? Tell us.
Well, I have no evidence of that. And even if we were, I can't see, that's a distinction without a difference. Or I have other things I'm after. So I don't go to those places.
So
right now, I'm focused on reasserting the rule of law that we have. If there's something wrong with the rule of law that we have, then we need to change it. But until we change it, I'm satisfied at this moment with getting the one I got reasserted, because I got all the tools I need in there. And, that's what I said when I did a presentation of the Republic of Texas, and they wanted to replace the government. I said, well, who here has the knowledge and ability to replace this government? Who can keep our hospitals open?
Well, actually, they didn't want to replace it. What they wanted to do was they wanted to re-inhabit the de jure republic.
Well, who had, what I said to them was, before we throw out what we have, let's see if we can't get it working as good as it possibly can. And you do that by standing up, putting your name on the line, and stepping up in front of this judge and say, arrest that jackass. Stand up, be counted. Don't sit back here with all your buddies and whine and cry. Get up and do something.
Randy?
Yeah.
Where's the enforcement?
You are.
Oh, we are?
Yeah.
Okay. So you're willing to arrest the judge?
You got to understand where the real power is. It's not in the law. I'm a creature of statute, and I do law. But I understand. You'll never win your case simply because you have the law and the facts on your side.
Whoa. You just call yourself a creature of statute?
Yes.
You're a creation of man?
Yeah. What? Do what? Let's not get into some philosophical crapola again.
Oh, that's right. I forgot. The truth makes you have a headache.
Yeah, I follow law. I follow law. And that's what I mean by creature of statute. I only follow law. The way it's written, whether I like it or not. I do have some laws I want to get changed. I don't like them. But I got to deal with them until I can get them changed. So, yeah, I'm a creature of statute.
Is the Constitution law?
No, not exactly. The Constitution doesn't help you. This is what Michael would have told you. The Constitution grants you no rights.
It abrogates no right. I mean, it confers no rights.
Right, exactly.
It predicates the parameters in which this thing called the central government is to operate, and they're supposed to respect.
It's a restrictive document. Yeah. It doesn't grant you any rights. You already got all of these. And this is an important concept that I have. A lot of people on my show have problems with. It's hard for them to get their head wrapped around it. You, as the citizen, can do anything you want to.
Yeah.
Unless you, along with your other sovereigns, have agreed to limit your behavior in certain ways.
Wow, I can't believe you just did that.
So hold on.
You just said it was citizen in one breath and then sovereign in another. And I'm waiting for you to.
I shouldn't say sovereign. That slipped out. I shouldn't have said. You can't be a sovereign and a
man and woman.
Okay. Let's not run off on a tangent. Let's not.
Our sovereign.
Okay, I've taken cops on the fact that that's an oxymoron. I got that. I used the wrong word.
Yeah, they use it because it's part of their program.
I got that.
Okay,
back to where we were.
Okay, good.
You are a citizen in a republic.
Well, no.
Oh, God. Okay, I can't do this. I'm not going to. Every word I say, you got to find some way of stealing it so I can't make anything make sense.
No. I'll yield.
It doesn't make any freaking difference if you can argue with every single word I say. There's a method here. And it's hard for me to get people to understand because we're so programmed into doing what these public officials tell us. What I'm trying to get to is your public officials do what you tell them to do.
Oh,
you
wow.
Don't do what they
I'd like
tell
to
you.
see some evidence of that.
Well, if they don't, I'll show you how to stick your citizen boot right up their professional behinds.
Oh, wow. I do not claim to be a citizen. I sure as fuck hope you don't either.
And we don't even need to talk to you because you're not a part of this.
Oh, wow. So I got to be a citizen? What is a citizen? Do you know what a citizen
Well,
is?
if you're not a citizen, if you're not willing to step up and be a part of this, then go somewhere where this doesn't occur.
What?
How do I become a citizen?
Well, the term citizen is defined as one who owes allegiance to the city for some benefit or immunity.
Okay.
Yeah, so the United States of America, the United States and each individual state are, a club. So if you don't belong to it, you have no voice.
Exactly.
Could someone give me an example of how to be a citizen?
It's a claim of a political status.
Say again?
Say that
when
again.
one claims to be a citizen, it's part of a political status.
You're right.
So, it's a big club. And if you see, a lot of people have been brainwashed to believe that they are a citizen upon their birth. But there is a citizen that is created, but it's not necessarily them. It's what we would call the transmitting utility. But, you guys all know about that.
If I was a citizen, how would I know it?
Were you born
I can
within the...
presume that you're a citizen if you're like, if you're acting like one of us in the club and but I could most likely determine you're a citizen if you tell me that you're a citizen.
You could abdicate your citizenship. If you are born within the jurisdiction, you are a citizen by virtue of birth.
Oh,
but
wow.
you could always waive that citizenship if you want to and become an expatriate.
What does a citizenship weigh?
It's an idea. It's a concept.
Yeah, I normally
citizenship is legal status.
Yeah, well, it's a political status.
Standing. It is legal standing.
Well, legal is lawful are two different things.
I mean, you said, hey,
brother,
you said that you're not wanting to get into the philosophical stuff, but if all the laws and statutes are just philosophical, hold on. If they're all just in the realm of the philosophical, why get involved in it at all? What if that is the trap?
They're not in the realms of philosophical.
The laws?
Isn't philosophy the love of truth?
They're in black and white, black letter.
Yeah, but
that's not a philosophy.
How are they different from a wooden idol that can't speak and can't talk, and they can't give any firsthand knowledge of whatever's being claimed about them?
Oh, this is a nonsense argument.
Is
Do
it?
citizens
you may make
they are given animation through your fellow citizens.
Right, but what if you choose not to reify it by giving it credence, by acting like it's real?
Don't care. You don't have to. You can sit back and watch all this bad stuff go on and say, well, I'm not a part of this. I don't have to get up off my butt.
Not in terms of like silence, because silence I'm led to believe is acquiescence, but I mean in terms of like rebutting it with a question, or that would be asking like, what's the evidence of it? Would that make sense?
Who cares? I mean, why are you going to all that?
Why
said,
ask for evidence?
I can't be a citizen. I can't stand up and do my job as a citizen because I can think of all of these theoretical questions that nobody can ask. So now I can sit on my ass.
I mean, does it
and
make
pretend
sense
like I'm not a citizen? Well, good luck with that.
Does it? Well, is it Is it that one's pretending, or that one is asking for evidence of the presumption that one is a citizen, or the presumption of this
that
and
is
that?
so convoluted.
How?
Is it possible to answer a question like that?
Is it possible to ask? Well, I mean, what's the issue with asking
That's the
for
point.
evidence?
That's
the
the
issue
point.
is people whine and cry and gripe, and when you bring them solution, because the solution takes work on their part, takes risk on their part, they retreat into philosophy. How many criminal complaints have you filed against public officials that you've observed violating your law?
Why go to war at all? I mean, could it be whatever you put out, you get back?
You know why you go? I tell you why you go to war, in order to survive. There's no obligation for me to defend you or protect you. Now you can choose to join me and fight for your own self-preservation. Okay, that's what citizens are. You know, they banded together and they have their own rules and agreement. But you're out of it now. America, it's a concept, it's an idea, you know, like New Jersey or the state, all right? You know, it's assumed that we're part of the state, we're citizens, but not everybody's citizen, right? You know, so if you're not a citizen, you don't have a voice. You're out there dangling by yourself. If I stomp on you, you know, if I run you over, we have a convention, an agreement that says, well, I trespass on you, I hurt you. Then you can go to the court and say, listen, Harry stepped on me, Harry ran me over, Harry hurt me. I need compensation, I need restitution. But if I haven't hurt you and you go in and make a claim, then I can hold you liable for lying and making bullshit claims, right? Because that's the convention, that's the agreement as citizens.
Yeah, but why go in there with war if the option is there to do it in peace?
You made an oath for your country 30 years ago to protect it and defend it, and you came with your military training. But then you claim,
dude, put yourself in the Native Americans' position, okay? The Apaches, the Comanches, or whatever the fuck. We took them over. You know, we colonized their land. We took their land. Some of them fought. Some of them surrendered. Some of them are, conquer people. So
first we have to define the term "we." I didn't take anything from anybody.
Well, you're living on the land, right?
My great
I'm
grandmother.
presuming you're right. You're 100. You listen. You're correct. I'm assuming everything because I'm not where you are. I don't know who you are or what have you done. But when you have it, the presumption is that it's written on the bullshit books that we call history books, right? That this happened and everything. Now we have conventions for the distribution of land. You know, you want to know what the records are? Go to the land records and see who owns a piece of land. Do they really own it? Can they take it with them when they die? Right? You know, these are ideas. These are concepts. My point is this. The point is that when you're born, there's all this whole thing structured that's in place. Now you're coming in, and you're prey for the people that already figure out the system, the elite, the one that's been ruling. They know how it works. You know, they know how they have implemented usury to put all of us into debt to service and give them more life energy, right? So figure out how the system works, band together with other people, and then you can have your group to protect you. But if you're going to be out there by yourself, nobody's going to protect you. You'll be lucky to survive. That's why
who needs protection? Where's the war? The only person
you don't need
that
protection.
War is you and rule.
How about if let's say I'm a bad, evil man, and I see you walking down the street and you have something that I want. You need protection. You need to be able to protect yourself because if I decide to take it. Say again?
How do you know you don't need protection? You know, while you're on this turkey trot, right, building a pyramid of skulls, thinking that the more you can harm and the more you can fight people, the more goody-goody you are and the more rewards you get. Because this guy's he's fighting for 30 years.
Listen, that's not my philosophy. Okay, listen.
Wait a minute, Mr. Rambo. Too many
Let him finish talking.
Don't attribute other people's philosophy to me. I'm telling you what I have been able to figure out. And here
let William finish talking.
Hey, dude.
Go ahead.
all this opinionology that you've got going, right? And you're promoting it as heavily disguised as facts. You're promoting war. I only have one simple question. I might want to join your kick-ass club. Just tell me why you're at war. Why do you feel that war is the only answer? And isn't vengeance the Lord's? And wouldn't it be better if everybody wins, not just a group?
Okay, now let's see. Observe nature, right? They're predators. They're prey in nature. I'm talking about animals, not among humans. Let's begin with that. Okay.
Is that a degrade, by the way? I start from the lowest or the highest here. The highest attributes of mankind. Are you going straight?
No, I'm not. Listen,
There's no color in your rainbow, pal.
See, you're sitting there and you're telling me, oh, who needs protection? Why are you assuming this and everything? You know what? It's the same bullshit that the status are. It's the same bullshit that the status have in order to that have taken over the world. Okay, the reality is this. You know, there are people that have lived in primitive ways and they were overpowered by people with weapons, okay? So if I come up with an idea and I put a weapon to your head, I will force upon you a choice. Either serve me or join me or I kill you.
How about a counteroffer, brother? One that we both win with. What were the options?
Like
Hey, Willie.
Its own vomit?
William, you got a counteroffer that's peaceful for that? William, you there? I don't know. No, but I mean, could there be a third way? You know, could there be?
Yeah, can I address that?
Yeah.
Okay, Boris, let me ask you this. Give me 1 second, one more. So you tell me, all right, so let's say there's a counteroffer that we can survive together in peace. But how about there's only one unit of food that either I take it or you take it?
Are you running a scarcity racket there, buddy boy? Isn't the planet full of abundance? Isn't there enough for everybody? Isn't the golden rule if you help each other, there's plenty to go around? You're like a dog back to your own vomit. There's no colours in your rainbow. You're at war. Enjoy the Vaseline, brother. I'm happy for you. Who might argue
If the people of the world keep reproducing like they are, eventually all the resources are going to be wiped out. So don't you know,
it's your opinion.
No, fuck you too, because you think you're so smart and you're just, you know, being a self-righteous piece of shit.
Oh, really?
Hold on. Let's not
Whatever you want to
let this
believe in.
deteriorate.
Well, I tell you what, guys, I'm gonna go now, but get back to your Clint Eastwood movies and coffee and your afternoon Rambo cartoons. I'll see you later.
Can I address this issue?
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, please do, Randy.
I've been in
ad
this
hominems
fight.
don't enhance the issue. It only detracts.
I've been in this fight for 30 years. And when I started out, I blamed the police for these problems. And then I found out it wasn't the police, so I blamed the prosecutors. And then I figured out the prosecutors are stuck in a system they didn't create, and they're just doing the best they can. Then I blamed the judges. And I blamed the lawyers. And it got down to me. I was the problem.
Dun, 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 dun.
These guys are stuck inside structures they did not create. I know a lot of policemen. I do not know a single one who became a policeman so he could be a jackbooted thug. I had a prosecutor once I was arguing with. He said, "One moment, Mr. Kelton." He got up, walked around the desk, closed the door, came back, sat down. He said, "If you repeat this, I'll call you a liar. But don't stop. You may be the only ones that can fix this." He was a prosecutor in Tarrant County for 5 years, and he said, "I just could not do it anymore." And he quit because he's stuck in something he knew was wrong. He didn't know how to fix it. So he walked away from it rather than keep doing it. There are no bad guys out here. Okay, maybe there are some bad guys.
There are some, but Randy,
Yeah,
hallelujah.
it doesn't work well.
The guy had a conscience. He grew a conscience. Hallelujah.
Well, it doesn't work well to think of it as bad guys. You know, I'm not religious, but I find the Bible has an incredible amount of social wisdom. Where the Bible says, "Judge not that ye be not judged." That is a really good strategy. We look at this and say something is broken. If I can't say, he's just bad or evil, then I have to say, okay, what's wrong here? Something's wrong. And if I find something wrong, that begs the question, what can I do to fix it? So I'm looking at this system. What is the least thing we can do to help this system right itself? And it got down to me getting these officials in a position to where they had plausible deniability. Whenever I sting one of them, that's what I'm trying to give them. I had them force a lawyer on me after a DPS guy at the Capitol building smashed me into a wall and broke one of my teeth, and then they prosecuted me to cover up what he did. They appointed me a lawyer, and I kicked his behind, but gave him plausible deniability so that he could actually do his job. He went to the judge and said, don't blame me for this. I got a son of a bitch for a client, and he's going to ruin my career. They dismissed that case to protect my lawyer from me. But when they dismissed it, the lawyer was ecstatic. First case he ever got to win. He was just out of law school. He was court-appointed counsel, and all he did was throw people under the bus. He got to win one case. He was ecstatic. They're not bad guys. And I don't do this to harm them. That's why I say, don't wait till they do something horrible. Set them up, sting them over the minor stuff. Makes them nuts. But it gives them plausible deniability. If you file a professional conduct complaint against a policeman, he's likely to quit the next day. 6 professional conduct complaints, valid, invalid, the insurance carrier does not care. They're going to raise the bond rating on the whole department. So what do you think? They're going to keep this officer and pay more insurance on everybody? Or are they going to fire him? And if he gets fired, who else is going to hire him? So we sting him with a professional conduct complaint. Now he's got plausible deniability. He can go to his boss and say, you sent me out here to do this crap. Now it's going to ruin my career. You got to fix this or I'm out of here. That's how we're going to fix it. We won't fix it being angry at them. We won't fix it pointing fingers.
Nah, let's do shit like that. What's that called? Professional conduct complaint?
Yeah. TCOL. Look for whatever state you're in. There is a commission who licenses police officers. See, you got this insurance agent. Bond is an insurance policy. And it's his job to charge his client as much as he possibly can and avoid any claims. So he's looking for a reason to raise the bond rating. Lawyers, 1 bar grievance your first year of practice, they cancel immediately. 2 bar grievances, any 1 year of practice, they cancel. 3, they'll cancel your law firm's malpractice insurance. Valid, invalid, they don't care.
What? Yeah, and we can go after. We can start willy-nilly making claims on fucking law firms and grievances, right?
I've filed a bar grievance against the lawyer.
Let me apologize to whoever is it that I cursed before. You guys.
William.
William, I'm so sorry. I mean, he wasn't all.
You scared him off the call. Now you're talking to us about William. What do you want, bro?
I'm just going to sign off, and I apologize. Tell William if whoever talks to him.
Apologize.
No. I want to thank you for the apology, but you can send an apology to William. All you're gonna do is send him a message. This is a heated subject, and we do get
calling in from a telephone. This guy, he's on an actual phone number. This guy, he's not on Skype.
Oh, okay.
Somebody patched him in.
We'll send him the message.
We'll send him.
Sound fair enough?
We'll
send William a message that the caller apologized. I got you. That's good. That's hopeful.
That's cool.
Long live Dirty Jersey.
This is how we beat this thing. We don't fight with each other. we, the only thing I offer is just a method, and I can't say I'm right. It's just a method, and I have, with what I do, there's no anger, there's no avarice. I was in combat, and I wasn't angry at the enemy. They were just on the other side.
Hey, Randy.
Yeah.
I don't know if you know anything about this, but there is a phenomenon called targeted individuals. Are you familiar with those?
Well, I can pretty well estimate what the term means.
Well, I'm going to tell you, the technology is way advanced. Okay, people are being hit with directed energy weapons. And this has to do with the 5G networks and the satellite communications and all that. I mean,
okay, you're talking to an
Yeah, this is way off topic. The 5G.
I understand that, but what I'm saying is that everybody is targeted. It just depends on how targeted you are. We are at war.
No
It's a
opinion,
spiritual
considering you don't know. You're just regurgitating what you've read and what you.
Oh, no. I'm not regurgitating anything.
Have you been targeted, CFO?
Well, I'm going to tell you, when I went to the Bilderberg meeting in Chantilly, Virginia, I believe that I was hit with a directed energy weapon. And these things do exist. I can show you.
How did it manifest itself?
How
did it manifest itself?
You mean on me?
Yeah.
Okay. It was the Saturday in 2007 I believe it was. I have to look up the date, but I was there. I met Alex Jones and a bunch of other people, Mark Dice, blah blah blah. All the people that are in quote unquote, the truth movement, so to speak. There was I do videography, so I had a bunch of gear with me, and there was a cloud burst on Saturday evening, early Saturday evening, so we were making a run for the car to get the gear out of the weather, and as I was running for the car, I was feeling like a burning in my thigh. And the individual that I got there with, that I traveled there with, I said, we got in the car, we were going, I said, can you take me to this gas station right here? I want to go in, I want to look at my leg because it feels like it's on fire. I don't know what's going on. So I anticipated seeing, like a big red welt or something, but it wasn't red. It was actually pink, but it was a perfect circle. Okay. So that was a situation where I believe that I was targeted with directed energy. Now that area where that I think it's called the Marriott West End, the West End.
Weston, yeah.
Yeah, and it's like it's in an industrial park where all the quote unquote belly of the beast are. DynCorp, Lockheed Martin, all the corporations that are involved in.
Did anybody else exhibit? Did anybody else exhibit any phenomenon?
I haven't been able to find, because I haven't been back.
You're talking to an electrical engineer, and when you started saying this, I'm thinking of all of the manifestations that an energy beam could have.
Yeah.
That's one of them. That's exactly what I would expect it to do, because when the beam encounters the flesh, it'll disperse right there.
Yeah.
And if it is a laser type beam, it would.
Well,
lasers aren't solid.
I believe it was a microwave. I don't know what frequency I was being targeted with, but me personally, I believe that these weapons are so advanced that if you are a highly targeted individual, that they can induce the frequency like fast acting pancreatic cancer into your body, and you'll be dead within a month.
I haven't heard that.
I know it's off topic, but
I'm familiar with Rife machines.
Yeah, and the way Rife cured things, where it was the frequency was just off the frequency of the bacteria or whatever it is that he was trying to kill, and it was just like almost dissonant. and that's what would make that pathogen, self-destruct.
I have a guy I knew in Austin died from a Rife machine, and that's because he used it too much, and it poisoned his liver with all the stuff he was killing.
Yeah, well, he basically poisoned himself because he didn't give his body time to detox from it. It's the same thing with like the.
But then again, he was dying of cancer, and they told him this was a possibility, and he said, "Oh, what's the difference?
Well,
I die of cancer, I die of liver poisoning." So
Yeah.
he took the risk, and he did die of the liver poisoning and not the cancer.
He took it. It's like when people do like a cleanse. Say I don't know if you remember. I mean, you seem like you're a mature man. You probably remember when they used to give turpentine in the spring and in the fall.
Oh, jeez.
But you remember that, right? And that's
they used to do.
Yeah,
Bad
but see, that's poison now, right? Poison. But I can call up Diamond G down in Georgia. They make 100% pure gum spirits in a little 4-ounce bottle. And I talked to the woman. She says we can't comment on it, but we know all about it. And she knew of the doctor.
Turpentine has been used as a remedy
curative
by the Greeks.
Yep.
2,000 years ago.
It works well. It works really well.
Yep.
I believe.
And that they don't want you to know it was actually pulled out of the Merck manual.
Yeah, it was in the Merck manual.
Yeah.
Okay, I need to go, guys.
Okay.
I apologize if I seem like an asshole, but
No, Randy. Listen,
I am.
Listen. Hey, Randy,
welcome to the club, brother.
Yeah.
My wife's ringer on her phone for me is a jackass braying.
That's funny. I like that. Randy, when people call me an asshole, you know what I say to them?
So where are we going now? To Texaco to get it because at 8:30.
Hey.
Hey.
Who's this?
Hey, Pete and Repeat went up the hill. Pete came
¿Qué
back.
pasa? ¿Qué pasa? ¿Qué pasa, hombre?
Yo.
Hola, ¿cómo está?
Hola, ¿cómo estás? ¿Estás bien? ¿Cómo estás?
Muy bien. Gracias. ¿Y tú?
What's going on? What are you guys up to tonight?
Oh hell, we were ingratiated with Randy Kelton of Rule Law, and also Michael Bednarik was on earlier.
Okay.
So,
Yo, Randy, have fun. Happy Thanksgiving, dude.
Okay.
Yeah, good meeting you. Good meeting you, brother.
Too.
Happy Thanksgiving, brother.
And check out my show Thursdays and Friday nights.
All right.
Yeah.
We look forward to
Live stream.
find the functionality
have
of
a
your
blessed
project.
holiday, Randy. Thank you.
Okay, you too. Good night, all.
Is this a Facebook? What is it? Facebook or is it Skype?
This is Skype.
Yeah,
Oh,
what's
Skype. I wasn't sure. I heard it ringing. I just grabbed it.
What's it to?
And it sounded like you guys, so I wasn't sure. I figured it was you guys, but I wasn't sure which forum.
Yeah, you guys.
I haven't been invited. How come you guys don't invite me anymore? What's going on?
Because you're weak, man. You ain't bringing
You're
it, man.
boring.
You ain't bringing
Yeah,
it.
you're boring.
Come on, Peter. Bring it, brah.
Hey, you haven't.
Reason why I don't get invited anymore? Am I weak now too? Is that the problem?
Yeah, dog.
Who's weak?
Oh, shit is limp, man.
Yeah, I think Weed was a book by Amate Etzioni. Have you read that yet?
Hey, I'm not weak. I'm a month.
Oh, a month. Oh, I thought you said we, like W.
No, you said week. I'm not a week. I'm a month.
Okay.
You're a monthly?
I'm a monthly, not a weekly. Yeah.
Yeah, is that like with the moon cycle?
I know.
Sounds like somebody's gonna have a baby.
Yo, anybody there?
No one's here.
Hey, you know what?
Where is
Randy left before I could finish.
We might be here, but no one's home.
Hold on.
Yeah, obviously.
Do you guys think that we could take it all the way back to where we left off with that guy talking, Joshua? Is he still on?
He's in the chat.
He's in the chat. Is he on?
No,
He's on
wait,
here.
let me see.
Joshua.
Hold on, let me text him.
Yeah, Joshua's on. Yeah, he was talking before.
He's muted, but
All right, hold on. Let's see if we can get him back
he's
on.
probably the one that was fapping earlier.
Hey, Joshua, can you talk? The audio's cutting in and out for the first time ever.
Yeah, now it is. Hey, brother, how about you get off the fucking video? You're breaking
Yeah,
up.
you get lit.
Yeah, you're ugly anyway, nigga.
Who, me?
Who's
Yeah.
on?
I'm no nigger. I'm a dago.
I'm not a nigger.
I'm a dago, not a nigger.
Who cares? You're ugly. Turn the
Oh,
camera.
that's right. I cut my
Yeah.
incoming
Fuck
video
you.
off. I got it.
What?
Yeah.
Shut the fuck up.
You're killing all our
Hang on, this
bandwidth.
is
Yeah, I
easy
bu-
remedy.
I
No,
believe
you
that.
can turn it off.
How do I
You can
turn
turn it off.
How do you turn it
How?
off?
The picture
Okay,
of the camera.
if you're on computer, there's 3 lines at the bottom of the Skype next to the arrow, to the heart pulsing. If you click on that, it'll open it up, and you can say allow or disallow incoming video.
There you go. There you go.
Nah, he left the room now, or he left.
Yeah, I was geeking because I don't want to. I want to stay on the call, and I don't want my hotspot to be chewed up with the video.
Yeah. Anyways, let's think over from there.
It's still cutting out for me. What the heck? I never experienced that.
Yeah, it was probably how many we got on the call.
Maybe, yeah.
13 in call. Yeah, Skype normally wanks around 12.
No, we're going.
So are you saying you don't want to see my titty shots? Is that what you're saying?
Huh?
No titty shots?
No titty
There you
shots.
go.
Dude, get a grip, please.
Right now, bitches.
Hold on, is Josh here?
Oh, well, that's it. Then I'm out.
Oh no.
What's that? You itty bitty titty committee there, girl?
Oh, fuck.
Oh, that's
I don't think so. No, I'm not.
Yeah, I know these guys. They're hungry for some what the hell is that? Some estrogen.
Yeah, I was thinking about doing that.
Tell them to go eat some
Now I
soy.
won't. I'm good.
All right. Oh.
All right, add Josh back in.
Josh, are you there?
I'm back. That
Right.
wasn't too kind.
Josh, as you were from the moment that you got interrupted by the old people.
I believe you're talking about the birth certificate getting it amended or something, and then doing skip that doo, and then everything gets dismissed or discharged or whatever.
Yeah. Or slide over into equity, what Randy Kelton's doesn't want to talk about.
Yeah, bless his heart. I'm praying for Randy.
I can't believe he tried to say it was nonsense that there's such a thing called the court registry investment system.
You know what I wanted to ask
Yeah,
him?
wait, well, I'm sure he's going to say that there's no bonds that are issued when you get arrested either.
Chrissy.
Yeah, audio's cutting out again.
Well, well, that's nonsense.
Well, I mean, didn't he?
Yeah, is Boris still on?
First-hand knowledge was inexistent. Anybody who had first-hand knowledge of
There he
something
is.
that wasn't his was irrelevant. That's what that guy was saying. That like, if it's not with his codes and statutes, it doesn't matter.
Right.
You know,
he's a
If the man behind the curtain says it doesn't exist, then it doesn't exist.
Right. Well, you know what I wanted to ask him is he was saying that the cops, they would keep immunity if they wouldn't make a claim. But how is it? How could it be the? Yeah, could it be the? It works the same way that if you're going in there and you're saying, you're not saying you're a party to it, but you're saying in the matter of the name I allegedly been known to use,
right.
that you're not making claims and you're maintaining the immunity.
Right.
And he was saying that's nonsense.
Randy's been doing things for 12 years, and he thinks he's actually getting somewhere, but he's not.
30, dog. Pay attention.
30 years. I'm sorry, but he's been on radio 12 years.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
I found that interesting.
Yeah. Well, I don't know. I got big knots on my head from hitting the wall. I don't like.
Here's how we have to look at it. He likes his view.
Yeah, well,
So
that
you
haughty
can't change-
spirit
You're
is
not
very
going to change
expensive.
someone who doesn't want to remove their view.
Yeah, you guys. This is his first time hearing it from this perspective, possibly.
Yeah, I don't know where
Give
y'all are
But
at.
here's the deal: is to be
fucking shit.
immediately dismissive of something without further investigation shows ignorance.
Yeah,
No, I
pray
hear
for
that.
your brother.
I hear
If
that.
we
but-
were immediately dismissal of everything that didn't fit our worldview, we would never be right here where we are.
That's you.
Yeah.
Amen. Hallelujah.
So,
Could it be the worldview is the problem?
exactly.
Yep. Be in the world, but not of it. Hallelujah.
Dominion my ass.
Well, who's ever talked
Dominion.
to the world to get the idea of firsthand information as to what the world view is?
Exactly.
Well, ask them. They'll tell you exactly what their view is.
Well, that's people, but when we're talking the world, who's talked to the world?
You got to get your winky wet before you can.
So I always view it as relative. It's all
Yeah,
relative.
I didn't. I don't want. I don't want to get my winky cut.
Look, I'm sorry, but the word winky, you're going to have to cease and desist from using that word. It does nothing for me. Winky? It makes me think of a toy.
Well, I'm sorry. I believe women have a winky too.
No, a very small, useless toy.
No, that's not
Dollar
true.
store springs to mind when you say winky.
It's funny.
Now, Tinker toys, toys, that's different.
Mikey, someone's quiet.
What? What?
Yeah,
what,
I was saying jump in like 5,000 times.
What fucking you guys were fine on your own? What do you need me for?
What the heck, man? You started the call.
I love it. I'm like. I like
it's all your fault, ain't it?
Oh, there you go. Gotta blame somebody, huh?
Hey, can you do? I don't know if you could do a brother or solid, but when the recording's over, could you convert it into an MP3 and upload it so I don't have to download all that damn video?
Yeah, that's fine. I can do that. That's fine.
Oh, I better stop then, huh? Because this is going to be broadcast on public. Can't be good for my image.
Oh, what's it? Well, just pick another icon. Don't put your real
winky. Winky girl.
Winky wanker.
You gonna publish pictures too? You're right. I'll change my icon. I'm good.
Hey, I was having a little cognitive dysfunction there. Would you like to pick a Banksy? I'll send you the book or the books. That's what I got.
In order to catch up.
Huh?
I have to read something in order to catch up.
No. It's actually you know who Banksy is.
Didn't your download time run out? Like, didn't your minutes run out?
Shut the fuck up.
You shut the fuck up already.
Bitch. I love you, Larry.
Real Christians don't curse.
I will kick Larry's ass. I'm kidding.
Hey, Christian my balls, Larry, okay?
Real followers of Jesus, the Lord and our Savior, do not curse. Okay.
Yeah, but let me ask you this, Larry. When did you ever receive Christ into your heart as your personal
Wait a
Lord?
minute, what?
Larry,
what? Nigga, you crazy. Nigga, what?
Larry's on a troll.
Larry's making claims he can't substantiate.
Something.
Long live hearsay. That's all I can say. Long live hearsay.
Hang on. You think some external being that lived more than 2,000 years ago is going to?
It's not an external being. Kim, would you like the link to Banksy's artwork? You know who Banksy is?
Agent Orange is affecting your brain, CFR.
No, it's not Agent Orange.
Yes, it is.
All right, so CFR, look,
it's directed energy weapons. You're such a kook. Fuck me.
I'm not into sodomy, Gary. You've been hanging out with them goats too long.
From one crazy asshole to another, dude. Boris.
Hey, I'm not an asshole. Yeah, that's an assumption. I'm actually a hemorrhoid.
Boris, please.
I'm the thing that irritates the asshole.
Crowd the fucking plate, please.
Hey, man, you're the one who's the pitcher, dude. I'm not getting involved in that transaction.
Fuck,
dude,
it's not my fault he's hitting everything that you pitch over the plate.
Holy shit, man. This is something you don't want to get involved in, but you definitely want to have a front row seat for watching.
Yeah.
Ding, ding, ding.
Hell yeah. Maybe bring one of those ponchos so you don't get none of the splash on your good clothes, you know?
Yeah, you go buy that $1 raincoat at the Dollar General and just throw it over.
Exactly. You don't need nothing fancy, just something to keep you fresh.
Just keep your mouth closed, just so you don't get splashed.
Open up and say,
Like Confucius say, man up to knows what in shit should keep mouth shut.
Actually, I think Confucius said, "He who stirs the shit sometime lick the spoon."
It could be too.
Did he say it like that with that accent?
Of course
Yeah.
he did. Confucius was a goofy Southern boy.
And the South shall rise again.
All right. What say you guys about registering property in a family Bible? Like I mean, you know, your family genealogy. Put your fucking horse, your cow, your cat. You know, PlayStation.
Yeah, basically file your UCC one within that document, right? Yeah.
But like with the Bible, though, you put all
Yeah,
that.
yeah, you put it in the Bible, sure. You can actually write it there, sure.
I'm not talking about no UCC nothing. I'm just talking about in the pages. Sometimes some Bibles are geared towards having a whole bunch of blank
I
pages.
think you can also use that as a passport too, can't you?
Yeah, allegedly. Or I've never done it, but supposedly people do that shit.
Yeah, I was in a call. What the hell is it? Today is Wednesday. I think it was Monday. I was in a call. Joshua, you weren't in the call, but you were trying to be in the call, weren't you? It was a guy that has trying to think what exactly it is. It's a world passport. You ever heard of that?
Yeah. What about it?
They was talking about, you know, I think it was what's her name? Jackie Fig. You familiar with her?
Nope.
Well, Jackie Fig is you can look her up. It's JACQUI. Fig FIGG. You can go to Freedom Taker, Jerry Day's site. She's a woman who travels without a license. And she talks somewhat about that, but she has a website called, I believe, Internally Displaced People. And she had the gentleman who is basically the director of that entity, the World Passport, whatever. And it was an interesting call. And you know, it's something to consider. It also in you know, because I've been like looking into the whole thing about getting a United States passport, i.e., as a state national or a sovereign. You know what I mean? And
you know, the problem with that guy's thing is, you know, a regular passport is bonded, and that's why you get to travel to another country, and your home country is bonding you in case you damage someone in the other country. And nobody asked him what kind of bonding, you know, goes behind a world passport.
yeah, I guess you got a point there, but you weren't able to attend the call. I mean, you actually were you listening to the call through me?
Yeah, through this guy.
Hallelujah for that, huh?
There's such thing as these fake this. Well, all right, it's just a little video that I seen the other day where they're talking about the title of the video is called "Fake Passport."
I see the thing.
That isn't illegal, but so basically what people do is while they're traveling, because a lot of people that have American passports get like kidnapped while they're in the Middle East or whatever, so they would have like Chinese passports or
or a secondary passport.
Yeah, where they would always be using that passport, and it's allowed. It's legal.
Yeah,
Like
look at all the what do they call that? The dual citizens that are represented in Congress and in the Senate, in the House, blah blah blah.
I think they show one of the world passport that world passport in this thing as
video.
As one of the fake but allowed. It's
Right.
fake allowed. Some bullshit like that.
Yeah, it's alleged to be fake.
I might be wrong, but
They're all freakingly fake. You know, it's just about insurance. It's about bonding. It's about other paperwork that goes along with it.
It's about business, baby, business.
Yeah, it's all about business.
That's all it is, man.
So I'm gonna drop the links to Banksy's books.
Are you guys familiar with how gold miners make claims on the land? Make their claims?
Come on, man! I want to make a claim.
No, because it's like a process, and they do it, and they take over fucking however much
People's,
land.
yeah.
And
They take mineral. They claim the minerals on somebody else's property, or they can
Land
claim the minerals on property that is held in trust by the corporation, or the corporation claims to own.
Well, what I want to do is get land and then put a no-fly zone on that bitch, and any motherfucker I see flying over that chemtrails, I blast them down.
With a rocket launcher, huh?
Fucking right.
I thought you had your orgone
Look,
generators.
if 5 people in every town had a no-fly zone over their house, no fucking airplane could fly over that shit. Wow, nigga, go fly the other.
Hey, nigga, how about a directed energy weapon that'll pop that bitch right out of the sky?
Whatever, dude.
How about a directed energy weapon that doesn't get rid of the
This is the thing. Directed energy weapon, like, you use your frontal lobes, you massage the temple. Wow.
Hey, if we all came together and did kumbaya, yeah, would be nice. Get that pineal gland directed, right?
Is dude still here? Dude, tell us more. Joshua, tell us some more about this crazy shit. What questions aren't we asking that we should be asking?
Shit, I'm breaking up. I just pray I don't run out of bandwidth.
Well, I don't want to make any claims, What questions do you think you ought to be asking?
I don't know. What are we talking about?
Yeah, I know. I don't know. You want to give Boris
I wasn't here for the beginning. Can you recap a little bit?
Yeah, B-Man wasn't here in the beginning. Start over if you don't mind.
Talking about Joshua?
Yeah.
Hey, Yeshua, kick it, bro.
Yeah, dude. You there? Start from the beginning. You were born.
Dude, he's hitchhiking. He's hitchhiking at the choke and puke and with the
born a poor black child, and they tried to teach me shit from Shinola.
Oh, do you have that book? If not, I'll send it to you. Shinola 101. You got a copy?
God, I think I do because I got it from you. Yeah. I don't think I've read it yet.
A copy of a book. It's going to be a CFR.
But yeah. I got a name change decree, and I know Boris has his opinion about that. And I guess it's the mark of Cain, right, Boris?
I don't know if he's still on.
Hold on. What'd you get? You got a name change decree.
Muted out.
Okay. All right.
Every state has every state has a name change of assignment form that you can go fill out. Matter of fact, didn't the Pope go into one of those prisons in Philadelphia, was it?
Yep.
During the extraordinary year of Jubilee.
Yep.
And, don't remember every word of his speech, but they have name change forms in the prisons as well, I was told. And it's a change of assignment, though. You don't have to change your name. I have seen 3 different birth registration documents for my own records. Okay, one of them, my certificate of live birth, is in upper lower proper grammar from before.
Capitis diminution minima.
And the birth certificate with the little feet prints, those little landmarks, they're called, because that certificate is also a land title. Those soul plates are on that one, and that one has in cursive writing by hand in ink from a nurse or somebody, the first, middle, and last in proper grammar. But only about a year ago, I was texted a photograph by my father. In his safe, he had a third one that I'd never seen before. And it says, certification, what does it say? Of birth registration, certificate of birth registration. Slightly different wording, right? And that's in all caps on the top of that little half a page size document. And that one had the name in all uppercase letters.
Capitis diminutio maxima.
Okay. On the back of it, interestingly enough, it said for $1 you could go get another copy of it. I doubt they're going to honor that today, you know.
Well, it might if you have the original, just like the 3-cent stamp, maybe.
Or if you brought a silver dollar,
Yeah.
Because that was prior to 1967 that I was born, you know.
Yeah,
But
you could offer a tender and it could be refused, and you could be, you know, since they refused, you know.
So but the thing, I mentioned that one because, you know, people, like when I went into advertise in the newspaper, like you have to do, which I believe is the common law side of the thing. A public notice that you're going to change the name. And the lady's down at the newspaper, she's going, well, but this isn't changed at all because it says present name on the left side of this document that you fill out. And on the right-hand side, or the creditor side, it says new name. And nowhere does it say first, middle, last and have boxes on these name change of assignment forms that you can get in your probate court at the family court. And so, you know, I said, well, look at it a little bit closer. Are you sure they're identical? And she just couldn't see it. One was in all caps for the present name, and then the new name was in proper grammar. She goes, well, I don't get it. What's changed? You know, I'm like, well, I go, isn't that one there in all capital letters and that one there is in upper lower proper grammar? And she's kind of just staring at it going, oh, okay, you know, because I'm paying her $95 to run this in the paper for 4 weeks. And you have to do that to get your name change decree. Otherwise, it's not going to be approved, you know. As a matter of fact, there's another page on that packet that you get. A name change packet from your local courts, you know. Another page says, what's your relationship to the person whose name is to be changed? And the first choice that you had was self. And that is where somebody that's non-compost mentis would just check that box right there. Be an elf, you know. And then there's sibling or father, mother, brother, things like this. And then there's other. And of course I checked other. And I wrote living heir to the infant decedent estate. Okay. And then there's another question that says purpose for the name change, your reason for the name change. And there I wrote, having attained the age of majority, with standing and capacity, petitioner requests removal of minor disabilities, capitis diminutio maxima status, and a decree of assignment of the change. And they approved that thing at the tentative ruling the night before. I didn't even have to walk into the courtroom. In fact, it was tentative ruling number 33, and the court case number has like all zeros and 1666 upside down, which I thought was interesting. There's a little handwritten number 33 up on the upper left-hand corner of my decree. So now I have a decree of assignment of the name that I adopted when, you know, you do the Hague, non-Hague country for adoption when you authenticate the birth record. And that's an acceptance, according to that lady in the UCC bankruptcy and the UCC Article 9 video that KW often referenced.
Yeah, I was
where
going
they
to bring that up, but I failed to do
Yeah, I
that.
wanted to bring that up when that guy Randy Kelton was on, because we were talking about evidence, and we were talking about Ehrlich and Carson talking about names.
Yeah.
And they're right there on your authenticated birth certificate in the lower left-hand corner. They put several codes about evidence right there on the Secretary of State of the United States' version. The top layer, after you do your Secretary of State at your state, you send it off to the federal guys. And that, you guys have seen that, and it has evidence codes down there. When you read that code, it talks about vital evidence, which would mean evidence of life. Vitality. VI means living, doesn't it? And, he wouldn't let us get it worded edgewise, so he doesn't believe there's a court registry investment system either.
Yeah.
He thinks he's when he gets a case dismissed, but those money changers were making money off him. I have been told, David Strait says they get $50,000 for every felony they can stick to you, and that the judge gets, the prosecutor gets 50, the judge gets 95,000. And I've heard different people say $2 million for every court case they open up. Other people say it's $5 million. Let's say it's $2 million. That gets pooled into the, and I've looked at this at our local county courts. It says, yeah, we've got this investment, and it's outside the county. It does not go in the county general fund. Every one of those bonds that they open up stays in the judge's retirement fund, basically, if it's not claimed within 3 years. Whereas at the United States District Court, when you go poking around on their website and they talk about their bonds and whatnot, it's all right there in the public on the website. It says after 5 years, if they're not claimed, they're sent back to the United States Treasury as unclaimed funds. So your little state courts are ripping off, and getting tax-free money. And no wonder they call us enemies.
Well, you say money, but
enemies. No wonder they call us enemies of the estate. If you're letting attorneys rob the United States Treasury by doing tax-free, withdrawals from the state. Mm-hmm. Exactly. Enemy of the estate. Every time I see that word state, well, like when they say all property is owned by the state.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, if you haven't claimed your estate, the state's going to be, the Attorney General is the custodian, alien property custodian for any unclaimed funds.
Is he a trust? The trust, right?
And everywhere else. Yeah. And like Boris was talking earlier about that Declaration of Independence, we pledge to each other our sacred honor and our fortunes. So until you return that birth certificate back to the county you were born at and to the land records, you haven't really returned under Caesar what's Caesar's. And Article 1, Section 9 talks about the importation of persons. Of course, it says persons deemed proper. Just like Title 18, Section 34.2 talks about sending and receiving mail in anything but your proper name. And then you read other codes where it talks about proper service of process. And that word proper comes up all the time.
Yep.
Anything that's improper grammar is a freaking misnomer. Like where it says, lead me not into temptation, but deliver me from evil. If you go look up the word misnomer and mistake, it will say it's a bribe. And you look up bribe and it says temptation. And these guys always put misnomer names on the tickets and on the court dockets and everywhere else and in the mail. And you can stop them if you have that decree for your name and you've notified the postmaster, and you can send back any mail coming in all capital letters, and you could actually press charge, get them the postal inspector to go after them for mail fraud. And you can't really do that until you have your decree of assignment of the name. Now you have evidence, you have a deed for your name. And that deed is supposed to be evidence of your equitable interest. So if they come at you with an improper name on a charge, your first thing to do is to motion to correct the name to proper grammar to show your equitable interest in the matter. And that would be turning the tables on the money changers. Getting a charge dismissed like Mr. Kelton did lets them run off with the 50 grand for the prosecutor, the 95 for the judge, and the other 2 million going into their retirement fund after 3 years for all the judges and attorneys to split up. But if you come in there as the beneficial, equitable owner of all the rents, profits, and proceeds that they're trying to make off this case, you have definitely turned the tables. And so far, it's worked for me. Like I said, the last 2 times I was cited. First time, the guy asked me for my driver's license. I was standing in my front yard.
Yeah.
I said, no,
he predated you.
no, there was nothing to do with driving, but he was there.
I know. I'm just saying.
He wanted the driver's license, and
individual.
He wanted the driver's license because he wanted me to identify.
Mm-hmm.
He wanted me to give my name, donate it to their public charitable trust.
But if you gave him, what would you use?
Instead, I gave him a DBA.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
I had that exact first, middle, last captured on a DBA with the true name. In other words, last name, comma, given name, surname, comma, given name, as the name holder, registered in the county here, which I did prior to applying for the name change. I threw a copy of that DBA and a copy of the authenticated certificate of live birth into the name change petition, by the way. And you pretty much you need to do that if you're gonna pull it off.
Was it a petition or was it a declaration?
The name change petition is a petition.
Oh.
And it says right on it, petition for change of name, for change of assignment of the name. Anyway, I gave the guy a DBA, had the name in proper grammar. And he goes, oh, what is this? And I go, just call it in, man. And he goes off and calls it in from 15 feet away or so. And then he comes walking back and starts writing the ticket, hands me the DBA back. He writes a misnomer name on the ticket, a middle initial and a shortened up first name, I sent that ticket back within 72 hours. I said I didn't want to trespass on private copyrighted codes. I didn't consent to, being labeled with a misnomer, and it's a misnomer. And I put my DBA number, down. I said from the office of, at the top. And that thing never went to a court case. A little later, about 26 days later, actually. I got a letter from that department saying that they had my person in custody for 26 days. And inside the windowed envelope, they actually had the first, middle, and last name in proper grammar. So there's probably some funds sitting there that I could go claim. A year later, I got another situation happen, and again, DA refused to prosecute. And that's why they send you this letter from the police department. It said the DA refused to prosecute. And there's a list of reasons why down at the bottom. And none of these were checked on this letter. And the lieutenant didn't sign the letter. Didn't want his name even on this thing. I could see he signed one copy by the impression in the paper. But the copy they sent me with my equitable interest showing on it, that first, middle, last name and proper, he didn't sign. But it said that when the district attorney declines to charge somebody that we cite, we are required to notify the Department of Justice's Bureau of Criminal. So apparently, when you don't use criminal identification, the Department of Justice gets notified. If you whip out a driver's license with all capital letters in a name that you leased from the DMV, you're using a criminal identification. So, the second time it happened, no charge brought, got another one of those letters. But this letter kept coming in first, middle, last, all caps. So I sent it back to them twice, and they stopped sending them. Because under Title 18, 1342, if I send or receive mail in any other than my own proper name, I'm doing mail fraud. So back it went. And I get the mail at general delivery, by the way. You go look in your credit report and it says this is not a residence. So, so if people run your credit check, they're going to see that it's not a residence address. Don't have one of those. Because we know a resident is a U.S. citizen who is working outside of his District of Columbia on a state to make money temporarily. In other words, he's using his public office for private gain, which is what a job is.
Isn't a resident the thing identified?
Res is trust property, isn't it? Or a thing. Mm-hmm. Trust res, you've heard it called sometimes. The body of the trust. People say it takes three things to make a trust: a grantor, the beneficiary, and a trustee. Well, it also takes a body there has to be something placed in that trust as well. So it could be your physical body.
Yeah, something of value
which is
has
why
to
I was
be
which is
considered.
why I was asking that guy about the declaration. Because what are the assets of the declaration trust?
Mm-hmm. He didn't want to go there.
I know. What are they? Life, liberty, pursuit of happiness, and the certain inalienable rights granted to us by our Creator.
I like pursuit of property, which they modified out of it.
Yep.
Right. It's having access
but that's
to
what
the
it is.
land for which all wealth comes from.
But right. That's why we pledged everything to each other, so we all would maintain that access to the dominion we have over the earth.
Exactly.
That's why the Declaration is just a simple treaty of peace. When you go look into the Law of Nations, where it's derived, you can see our Book 2, Articles 192 and 196 already tell you that when you've been abandoned by those entrusted to protect you, you're allowed to do anything you damn well want to secure yourself. And when you look at the Declaration, the whole middle of that is King George abandoned us in his duties.
Yeah, I think it actually came from what they call the Treaty of Peace of the Iroquois or Haudenosaunee.
That too, but I found it in the Law of Nations where it was written.
Yeah, but was
and
the
I
law,
understand
which one predates which one? That's what I want to know.
I don't know. This is where I found it.
Right.
I'm not saying it predated it.
Right.
I found the direction in the Law of Nations, which was written by Thomas Aquinas back in what, 1400s?
Right.
Way back, even before the Pope thing.
Yeah.
And
the Pope.
He was part of that one group of monks that the Pope said these are the Franciscan. I think that's what they were, the ones who lived by the usufruct and everything. That's how they lived. And those are the ones deemed the perfect piety, or the whatever, perfect vow of poverty or something like that. But yeah, so once you're abandoned, I mean, it is. Once they abandon us, and everybody was been abandoned, make no mistake, when these guys come at you, they ain't protecting your property, therefore you've been abandoned. None of these people will help you. You've been abandoned. They keep on saying, we're the government. Well, if you're the government, these are your duties. Well, we're not going to do it. Well, then you're not the government.
We don't need no stinking badges.
Yeah, they don't need no stinking badges. They're just going to go in there and do whatever they do. They're international.
We the federales.
Everything's international, guys.
Yeah.
To drag into that international jurisdiction.
It's called an oligarchical kleptocracy ran by narcissistic psychopaths.
Socio-psychopaths.
Yeah.
I call them fucktards.
I call them Luciferian. That's what I call them.
Oh, that's what I say. They're just fucktards.
Yeah.
I
call them the ones that have become sold out.
They made a decision, I guess, a long time ago. They all came to the conclusion and made the claim, humanity has no idea where it's going, what direction it goes, so we're going to lead them to it. And guess what? They're getting ready to build your electronic nanny. They're building you an electronic nanny as you speak. As we speak.
Actually,
it's going to be cryptocurrencyed up, and that guy said they can't control it. Bullshit. They can control the access.
Absolutely.
They can control all the access. You You can do whatever you want except gain access. That's what they're going to control. And they're going to social justice out, and if you don't do what the AI demands, then Bitcoin won't be in your cryptocurrency for yourself won't be any use, won't be any value. That's how they'll do it. And I've already seen it. I've already talked with one of the guys who claims to know the creator of Bitcoin, and he's been talking about this, claims to be Luciferian and from the families and blah blah blah. He knows.
Greetings, everyone. I go as the Greek. Larry dragged me in here.
Greetings.
Hey,
He dragged you in here?
Yeah, so to speak.
Yep. Long time.
I heard the
Yeah,
name.
I don't know if I know anyone here or if acquainted with the voice, I should say. But
Yep.
good. I've been listening for the past couple of minutes. Sounds interesting. The back and forth correspondence past 5-10 minutes with the alleged citation and all that. Thanks for sharing that.
Who's that, Joshua?
Yeah, the one with the name and the not prosecuting. I've been looking at this for a long time, and I decided to just look at it as not as a participant, but as an observer, and trying to stay in the observer realm. You know, not with the Skype call, but what they're doing. You know, I don't take it personally.
Right. Well, you're watching the game being played and see how it's working out.
Yeah, I've been trying to view it from like a 30,000 feet up, and I could share what I found out, and no one wants to touch it, which is interesting.
Yeah. It's been a while. So maybe you could elaborate. I would appreciate it.
Yeah, I look at ancient texts. I mean, real far back, and all the stuff in between to where we are now and all that. You know, I let that kind of takes care of itself because that's the foundation. And I found out this justice thing. You know, these, by the way, these countries, you know, they call themselves sovereign states, and if you look up on their own reference material, they're neither sovereign nor a state. A sovereign state is a fictional juridical person, and this is not even in any kind of legal document. This is on Wikipedia.
The freaking Jedi mind trick.
Right, but the interesting thing is I found every body politic, however you want to call it, except for the ones that still do overt cannibalism, even them, they're all theocracies. Every country or organization, even small organizations, have a patron or matron deity, and no one's paying attention at it. It's called it's the revived goddess religion.
Yep.
And her name, it's Justicia. Every country now has a Department of Justice. You could look up
No, you're spot on, brother.
It goes by Hera as well, no? Or yes?
Well, yeah. Well, it started out as it was DK. It was Mott, and then DK, which was the Greek one, and DK didn't like men. That's why women that don't like men are called DIKEs. But anyway, it's the revived goddess religion, and basically
Wonder
it's
Woman, right?
yeah, that's why, like, when I speak to an attorney, I'm like, I'm giving legal advice, one guy says, and I said, well, if you got sued and you had to go to court, you couldn't, if you're so smart in legal advice, you'd have to get an attorney to represent you, right? He says, yeah, because it's a ritual. It has nothing to do with law. But the interesting part there is if I ever interact with them and anything that has to come up with justice, like if you could look up, well, 9/11, right after what they call 9/11, the Homeland Security pops out of the blue. Well, right after the Civil War, the Department of Justice came out of the blue. You could even look up Department of Justice history. Even the academics say this is a historical anomaly. We don't know where it came from. But the president, I think it was Johnson or Grant, privately gave an executive order that they are going to represent the government legally. So no one knows where it came from. What they did was they brought back the ancient goddess religion because I've been listening to a lot of people talk about biblical stuff, and I haven't found anything that really correlates to what they're saying to the biblical text, but they usually use a lot of the mystery Babylon, and the word mystery is not in the Bible. It's secret Babylon, right? So it's really a goddess religion, and there are many goddesses and all that.
Do not the other thing, the Queen of Heaven, right?
Right, that's another one. That's a different one, the Queen of Heaven. Yeah, there's a whole slew of them. And they're malevolent.
There's a whole pantheon of them.
Yeah, and they're malevolent. What's interesting, also, the other thing I specialize in is biblical text, only because it's a high order text. Like if you gave me a choice to eat at like McDonald's or Outback or a 5-star restaurant like Mr. Stacks or something in LA, I'd go for the 5-star restaurant, because you're offering, right? So I found the biblical text has the most information about past, present, future. And what's interesting is the origin of man in Genesis. I tell people, if you could wrap your mind around the first chapter of Genesis, which in the what I call the King James Bible, if you read that, you get King James syndrome, which is a disease. So I wouldn't stick to that King James thing, but it should end really on verse 3 or 4 of chapter 2. But what's interesting, when you read it in Hebrew, when man comes on the scene on the 6th day, it says they created bara, man and woman, and they had a job, and their job was to populate the earth and command it, really, or subdue it, like someone said earlier. Now it's interesting.
Doesn't it say and to replenish the earth?
And to replenish, that means that there was something going.
It was replenished prior.
That's right. Now check this out. It uses the word bara, which means to create. And it doesn't say, it says we're going to make Adam male, and instead of male, it uses the word zachar, which is like where you get Zechariah from, which means to remember. So that's where the replenish comes in, right? Like when you replenish a car that you once had. And the woman is called Nikabah, which is the female. And Nikabah is used in the scriptures in Hebrew, usually to refer to just female, like a ship, an animal, or whatever. Now you notice they're created, and they're right, and you notice in the 6th day they're created, the man of remembrance and the female at the same time, and they're given a job to command over the earth. Really, is what the word is, meaning they take control of it. Right now, then we have
there's supposed to be the stewards.
Yeah, but check this out. Wait, hold on a second with that thought, because here we go. The biblical text is in chronological order, usually, unless it's a chronicle section of the Bible that goes back. So when you go to the next, after day 6 is day 7 is the Sabbath. And then after that, the day of rest, we have the 8th day. And on the 8th day, what happens is they said, let's make Adam again. Adam means red. Like if you speak to someone in Hebrew today and you say their earth is red, you're going to say, that's Adam. Right? The earth is Adam, or red. So what's interesting here, on the 8th day, this is after the Sabbath, they say, let's make man in our image. And this time, they don't use the word create, they use the word form, which is aso. Let's form man with the dust from the earth, because the Garden of Eden was not really on the earth. It was just above the earth. So, and then what's interesting is, and his job was and they just made man, just one male here, and they just called him Adam, and that's it. And they didn't create him, they formed him.
Right.
And he had his job to go and subdue and repopulate and replenish the earth? No, his job was to mow the lawn, clip the trees, take out the garbage in the garden.
And well, I don't know about that, but he was to name all the animals.
Well, hold on. Yes, we're going to go on with that. Yeah. Okay. Then the next step, right, is to name the animals which were made on the 5th day. Now he's on the 8th day. This is after the Sabbath, right? Now that's a whole other. There's a whole discussion there where you have to move forward. So yes, I'm glad you brought that up. And it was to name the animals that were brought to him. So if they brought him, that means they brought him 2 or more animals, right? Because it doesn't say how many animals.
Of each kind.
It doesn't say that either.
Yeah, I know, but we can make that presumption. But
it's like the Magi. We was 2 or more, right? Okay, but check this out. So now his job was to tend the garden, not to subdue the earth. Now he was formed, not created. This is 2,000 years later now, right? Because 6, 7, 8. So already you got 2,000 years of the man and woman that were created on the earth, right? And they're having a certain condition that changes after this point right here I want to make. So now this guy's by himself. It's not good for him to be alone. So now we're going to form a woman. We're going to make a woman from his body. We're not going to create the woman. We're going to, again, form it from him. It's another level. So they make the woman. Okay, so it's interesting now. as you move around, when Cain, Cain killed his brother Abel, but he didn't intend to kill him. He didn't know what it took to kill someone, so he just beat him up so bad he killed him. Otherwise, he would have to be put to death because the biblical law was still in effect. So when Cain was to be put out, and he had to leave, because when you kill someone without intent in Scripture, you have to leave the area that you lived in, right? You go to a place of refuge. He was afraid of other people finding out and they might kill him. You see, so who were these other people? Right. These were the people that were down there already for 2,000 years. Right. That's why everything goes in 2,000-year and 1,000-year segments. So it's interesting. All right, my point here with this is when you mentioned, I found out a long time ago, 20 years ago, when I try to speak to people about biblical stuff or references, we're not talking about the same thing, because they found that in public, even private places, when someone brings up anything biblical, I hate to say it, it's incorrect. I mean, it's correct within the culture, and it's usually correct within the point they're trying to make, right? Mm-hmm. As a metaphor, but the picture is not there. Give you another example, and I'll yield. You remember when Moses with Aaron go to meet Pharaoh and tells him, "Let my people go," and the Pharaoh, he throws down his staff, turns into a snake, and then the Pharaoh brings his priests and they do the same thing, and they show that in the movie and all that. Well, if you read in scripture, it didn't turn into a Nakash or a snake, it turned into a crocodile. There's a big difference between a snake, because a crocodile doesn't swallow its own tail, right? A crocodile doesn't eat like a snake, does it? Nope. The snake swallows and a crocodile devours, right? So these things are subtle, but all these little subtle things add up. That's what the car dealerships charge you for. All the subtle things, they add up, right? And like $300 for nitrogen in the tires. Have you ever heard of that? But anyway,
it says that the serpent was the most subtle creature within the garden.
Yeah. So I look at all these things and I bring
below threshold, right?
Oh yeah. Well, he wasn't really a serpent. Like, for example,
I'm just saying.
Well, I know somebody named Hawk. Does he fly and have a nest? I know someone named Robin, and Robin goes both male and woman, right? Does that mean that they lay blue eggs? No. The Nakash, now, here's the interesting thing about the descriptions in Scripture. If it really was a snake talking, Eve wouldn't say this literally, but something you could paraphrase. Eve would say, "Holy shit, the snake is talking to me." Right? Maybe she didn't say that at all. It was a normal...
Maybe he was getting hit with V2K.
It was a spiritual being that looks anthropomorphic.
Right.
Completely. There is no... So everything is... Here, I'll give you another example.
The Council of the Gods, right?
Oh, there's a major council of the gods. Yeah, and there's councils of the councils of the councils of the gods. Because if you really use the term gods, it goes down to any non-corporeal being that comes into this realm with a lot of power.
Yeah.
So an angel is actually a god.
You mean like those black robe priests of Saturn?
Yeah, what's interesting? You ever hear of the pre-Selenes, the writings? Pre means before and Selene means moon. There's a lot of writings about there was no moon in the sky, right? Mm-hmm. And if you look at a lot of writings, there were no rings around Saturns. When you talk about the ancient Saturn worship, I looked at that a while back, and there was a old collection trying to read stuff that was written in the 1700s, where they printed it, and the S and the F are the same letter. You ever notice?
Yep.
F for typesetting. So anyway, there's no mention of rings on Saturn anywhere in anything in the ancient writings. That the rings on Saturn is like after the 1400s, but I spoke to a space person a while back. I mean, someone who worked in space, and he says, "Yeah, there's no the only the only evidence of rings around Saturn is modern, meaning recently, like a few hundred, 500 years."
It's a phenomenon that occurred from between that time period to this time period.
Yeah, there you go.
So something happened in the heavenlies. Some people, they speculate, like the Vedas, and that there was a war in heaven, but anyway.
Yeah.
Created the Van Allen belts because there was another planet that was destroyed.
Well, the Americans like to play around with the Van Allen belts all the time. They Project Argus, they blew a lot of nukes over there thinking that it would make them even more radioactive. But you guys want to hear one more biblical allegory, which I think will affect more people than you think?
No, please carry on. Please.
Now, when you mention anything biblical to most people, the first thing they come up with in their minds is the image of the Christ, right? That's because he's the main character really in there, you know. But what's interesting is when you then you go right away to what they call Christendom. And first thing I don't want to insult anyone, but I'll just say it the way I usually say it. When you get into Christendom, they have a symbol, and the first symbol they show you in front is a guy nailed to a crucifix wearing a diaper, right? And what's interesting about that, you won't find that in Scripture at all, and I'll show you how. Just to paraphrase, and this is what I tell bishops and priests and other people too, and they just hang there with their mouth open, and they say, we don't go by the Bible, we go by our tradition. That's fine. But here's the interesting part. When the Christ was arrested and brought to Herod, and he was arrested by the religious authorities, the Judean authorities, and he was finally end up, going to Pontius Pilate for the final decree, because it was the occupational force. He was the prefect.
Right.
Governor.
It was a civil authority, right?
He was the civil authority, right? And the rest were
force of Rome.
Yeah, just like today, if you live in the U.S. and you want to do the 4th of July, but you're occupied by the Chinese, you have to go to the Chinese authority and ask them for permission to blow your fireworks, and they say, yes, here's your permit. And when you're blowing off your fireworks, they have Chinese soldiers monitoring the whole thing, right? Even though it's an American thing, you're going to have a high presence of Chinese authority. So the point here is when they bring him to Pontius Pilate, washes his hands of the matter, and we use that as a cliche now, but that was done by the elders of Judea or biblical Mosaic law. That means when it's part of the ritual of the red heifer. When a body is found, the elders are supposed to wash their hands of the matter to show that they had nothing or no knowledge of it, right? So when people hear washing his hands, it's like, oh, we use it as a cliche, how wonderful. No, that just meant Pontius Pilate knew the biblical law. Just like today, if you were a colonel and you're going to be sent to Afghanistan, you have to do about minimum of 2 to 3 weeks on cultural training before you go there.
Sure.
So, and Pontius Pilate was highly educated. He was also a historian, just like Claudius Tiberius Caesar was a historian also. So they were very well acquainted. But anyway, Pontius Pilate tells the Judean authorities, you could read this in the book of Mark and book of Luke. He says, I see no guilt in this man. I told you I will discipline him and give him back to you. And the Judean authority says, no, he needs to be put to death. And Pontius Pilate comes back and he says, I'm paraphrasing here, he says, you have a law, meaning the Judean authorities have a law. Use your law. And he says, I am making this, and then the retort was, well, we're under Caesar. He says, well, I'm making an exception for Caesar. Use your law. Now, if you're telling the Judean authorities to use their law of capital punishment, well, is that Roman crucifixion or is it Mosaic law? Mosaic law. So the interesting thing here is they haven't had Mosaic law done public like this in a long time through the authorities, so it was like big time, big showtime. Mosaic law, capital punishment's death by stoning, but in Deuteronomy 21, it states that a high crime, you're to be nailed to a tree when you're stoned to death. It says an accursed thing hangs on a tree.
Right.
So he was, now the way they did that was they beat you up and they tied your arms and nailed your arms to something that looked like a railroad
hold
tie.
on. Before you continue, what was the high crime?
Blasphemy.
Right. He claimed that he was God. He said, if you've seen the
Father.
Father.
In other words,
if you have seen me, you have seen the Father.
Yeah, and they said, we don't need any more witnesses. He confessed, and right. So they considered that to be now,
so they made the judgment?
Yes, they did.
Okay, now you know why he was in it.
But here's the interesting part: is Caiaphas, the head priest, knew who he was, but they couldn't let it go on. So here's the thing: this was all you could read the full story of this 300 to 400 years before in the book of Isaiah and in the Psalms, which is almost 1,000 years before. But interesting part here is that he was nailed to an almond tree. Now, it doesn't say it was an almond tree, but we know it was an almond tree because there's 30 references to an almond tree. regarding this matter. And also the almond is the only tree that is, its buds are in full bloom in early spring. So here's the interesting point. Also, him and 2 other people were nailed to the same tree. That's why he died first, because the people passed from the 3rd to the 9th hour, it said. Doing what? Patty cakes, throwing dice? No. For 6 hours, he was being stoned. And the men that were on the same tree, one on the left, one on the right, they received partial blows. So their legs, their femur had to be cut. The femoral artery had to be cut. Breaking someone's legs, I know plenty of people with broken legs and they don't die right away. If you cut the femoral artery, because you know the centurions were there with a spear, with the blade on the spear is about 6 to 8 inches long. But anyway, so we know it was that because when you read the biblical text, it's like when you get to what's called the New Testament, that's PhD master's degree level, right? Genesis is like the first 5 books of the Bible is like from 1st to 5th grade. You know, that's why when you read the book of Joshua, it's a lesson on how to keep time.
The Pentateuch, is that what it is?
The Pentateuch, yeah. So what's interesting is, and the purpose of him, he knew what he was going to go through, because he wanted to show you know, he says, go to the lost of Israel. It doesn't say lost, it says the deceased of Israel, those that have perished, meaning the dead, because he was here to prove that the resurrection can happen, and to be the prototype, just like, you know, the first one to be raised from the dead was the purpose of his coming, not to create any religion or anything else. Because what's interesting is it depends on what ideology you have when you read the New Testament. Like someone who just has the cultural ideology of a Christian, when the woman who was accused of adultery was brought to him and he said, those who without sin throw the first stone, the ignorant will say, "Ooh, look how compassionate." But those who know the scripture cumulatively will say, "Oh, he's exercising the law." Because when you read the law of Moses, adultery is a punishable by a death offense, capital punishment. But if you read it in Leviticus and Deuteronomy, it both states that the stones are to be thrown by the 2 witnesses that witnessed it. Right? So in other words, if you don't know the biblical cumulative, the Bible cumulative, you'll think the Christ was being, because you remember before he said that, he was writing something in the dirt with his fingers, right? But what's interesting is when a woman is accused of adultery and there's no witness, she used to take the dust from the temple floor, put it in water, and it becomes bitter water, and she drinks it, and you write that law on a piece of paper, right? See the dust and the writing. So most people don't just say, "Oh, he's so good," but he wasn't. He was actually applying the law. He's saying, "You're Judeans, basically. You're accusing her of a death offense." The Romans, it's okay to do adultery, right? You just give money, right? If you're caught, you know how that works, right?
Indulgences.
Yeah, you just pay. Like if you screw somebody's wife and he finds out, you just have to give him money and it's okay. So, but in the Judean law, it's death offense. So he's basically reminding them, okay, those without sin throw the first stone. So that's twofold. That means that you witnessed it, you can throw the first stone. Or the other thing is, if you don't have any outstanding things that you have to atone for at the temple, and obviously they did have things outstanding that they had to pay the tax at the temple for, right? So they all backed away. It had nothing to do with being compassionate at all. It has to do with biblical law. Like he says, if you want to know who I am after the resurrection, they were walking with him. He says, if you want to know who I am, you better read the Psalms, the prophets, and Moses. He didn't say start this new religion. It's totally bogus. So anyway, the interesting thing is how simple it is when you just extract the information that's out. That's why, going back to what the other fellow was saying, look, this justice thing, it ain't got nothing to do with law. I see people asking for justice, serving justice, brought to justice, miscarriage of justice. That bitch ain't for me. That's the goddess religion. And I cry religious suppression. And look, when I've seen a case where a assistant district attorney was being sued on some corrupted charge, and he had 2 attorneys representing him. I'm like, if he's out there prosecuting people, he can't make his case? No, it has nothing to do with that. This is a religious right that they're running through, right? So I want no part of it, and that's the indiscriminate observation that I take.
Here's the way I look at it. Their procedures and their policies and all that other stuff is the tenets of the religion they're having you under.
Yeah,
that's right.
I also call
All
it
countries are like
it's also called it the law of the occupying army.
it is.
That's right.
And that's what I call all this, because none of it cares about the truth. None of it cares about anything other than my procedure is, I got you, I need to get you over here.
It's subjective
and you
reality.
Can watch it. You can watch it all unfold while watching the impeachment hearings.
Yeah.
Adam Schiff told everybody, we're going to draft articles of impeachment for Donald Trump. We're just putting the procedure together. And what did they do? They went in last week, last 2 weeks, ran their procedure, ran everybody through all the way and everything else. That was their procedure. And now they're coming down to the end of it, and they're locked into it. They have to give the articles of impeachment, which will flip when it goes up to the next level.
I want to know what's going on behind the curtain, because I don't really. They put on the show to keep you diverted from what's really going on.
Well, I heard from a pretty reliable source on the morning of like 5 a.m. after Halloween on the 16th. Donald Trump gets a call. He goes into a meeting with very serious faces in a hotel in Washington. And they tell him, congratulations, you're going to be the chief executive officer of our corporation. And there's a room right here. We're going to give you till tomorrow to think about it. Now, remember, November 2nd is 3 days away, right?
Mm-hmm.
He comes back in 24 hours and he says, I agree to it. And I agree to everything I've been briefed on. And he says, one more thing. There's a room in there. There's 2 people in there and a young boy in another room. You need to go in there. And if you do that, then you will be our executive. So that's what. I mean, he's just to me, they're just impeaching a reality TV show actor, just like you've had.
Oh yeah.
This is not. In other words, I gave the history on the Civil War tonight on a stream. Really fast. The Revolutionary War had nothing to do with going against King George. The founding fathers, those guys were Satanists.
No, it was
worse
the
than
money changers wanting their due.
Well, check this out. If you could look this up, King George had a series of proclamations where he wanted to protect the indigenous people's lands and culture. Why? Because they still had anti-Catholic sentiment, where the Catholics would send the Jesuits and they would integrate with the people and convert them to Catholicism. King George didn't want to do that. He wanted them to be intact in their lands and in their culture. Now, Washington and company and those other guys, they already had the Articles of Confederation in place, which the Constitution is seditious against. So they wanted to not do with the Catholics. They just wanted to exterminate everyone and move to the West because they knew it would, land was where it was at. And they were worse than King George, because King George, if he didn't pay his troops, he gave them land parcels. Washington didn't even do that. Right? He just killed them and they called it the Whiskey Rebellion, because he says, you can't even do whiskey because I'm the boss now. But anyway, after that happened, the British, the oligarchs were like, shit, man, we'll get him back. Then pops up this, and the oligarchs are the ones controlling King George, by the way, because if you've ever heard of them or seen them, they have no power. This goes all the way back thousands of years. If you've heard of all these people that you've been kings or presidents, they have no power. They're just figureheads. There's a group of oligarchs that control, and I can get into those guys someday.
They're like the black nobility, right?
The black nobility, blood and dirt. That's right.
Yep.
And Napoleon pops up, who is the scientific, logical guy. He wants to get rid of the Emperor of Europe and the Pope, and free the people from the shackles of the ignorance, really. Not tyranny, but ignorance. And the Americans side on the side of Napoleon, that the Louisiana Purchase that went to Napoleon and all that, right? Anyway, so what happens is they lose, and the Canadians and Native Americans come down and burn the Pink House, which is now the White House, in 1812, right? And after that, things kind of settle down, and the oligarchs get an upper hand on Napoleon, which really traded his brother. They took Napoleon's brother, not Napoleon, in prison. Napoleon died in Boston. Anyway, make a long story short here. Time goes on, 1812. By the time we get to by Abraham Lincoln, they say, listen, the South is producing and shipping all this stuff to the North to build. The country is booming. This federal government thing has got no power, no money. You got to change that. We're going to put a bunch of people in here, show you how you do it. So they blew up Fort Sumter, and they blew up a few things while Abraham Lincoln was passing all these unlawful income tax laws and fake money laws and all this other stuff, right? So they got the Civil War going, which was not really called the Civil War to the 20th century. It wasn't over slavery. You could read
The war,
Lincoln's,
Northern aggression.
right, and the War of the States.
Yep.
And you could read all of Lincoln's speeches. He says, I will not address or touch the institution of slavery, right? Didn't care about it. He hated black people, by the way.
Yeah, he actually wanted to send them back. If he said
He did,
I send
Liberia.
them back, I would have.
He did.
I think that's
Yeah,
where
he
Liberia comes from, right?
That's right. The Liberia has the American dollar, even today as its money.
Yep.
So
currency.
And he passed laws that if a white person had sex with a black person, it would be death penalty because he didn't want the mixing. But anyway, make a continuation on this. They get rid of Lincoln because he knew too much, and also he needed too much direction. They put in Johnson, who got impeached. Then out of nowhere comes a Department of Justice, just like Homeland Security came out of 9/11 out of nowhere. Actually, it was written by a bunch of people in the early 90s. One of them was Giorgio Hugo Ballestieri, one of the directors of the Rotary Club. But anyway, so they put in Department of Justice and the Lieber Code and all this other stuff. And then they formed the D.C. Corporation with the 14th Amendment. They turn it into a sovereign state, which is a company. Yeah. And the purpose of turning the government to a corporation is not so it's a corporation, so they can bankrupt it under the laws of under the laws. They could put it in receivership and lien it through the laws of receivership and bankruptcy. So anyway, that's where you're at. And to me, they're all a bunch of criminals all the way back to Nimrod, if you ask me.
It can't be fixed. Absolutely.
It cannot be fixed. It needs to be scrapped. And
it says to be abolished.
Oh, no, I don't think. See, but the thing is, look, I don't care which government it is or what institution. If it's not accommodating the people don't want it, they'll torch it in 3 days. So all this stuff you see is accommodating the people. So to me, the people have to go. But here's the problem. It's a quality issue.
They're an accommodation party.
That's right. If they talk about reducing the world's population and all that, that's irrelevant, because if you reduce the Earth's population to 100 people, just 100 people, and you had a priest, a rabbi, a lawyer, and a doctor, and a professor, you'd be exactly where you are today in 100 years.
Yeah, same place.
So it doesn't matter if you eliminate, 90% or 95 or whatever. It's the quality. It has nothing to do with quantity. So.
You've been real spot on there, Greek.
Yeah, man.
Can I interject that? In front of the quote unquote the House of the Supremes down in the District of Criminals. If you notice, there's two deities, one on the right and one on the left. The one on the right is a deity by the name of Themis.
Mm-hmm. Themis,
yeah, and she sits in the chair, and in her right hand stands Nike.
Yeah, which is victory.
Yep, or to rule over.
Yeah, but all that stuff is, I call imps and demons. They're minor. See, for example, my God is the God of. What's interesting is if you read Exodus, my God, I choose Yahweh. He's the God of war.
Hallelujah.
And not God regular or Jehovah or anything like that, but it's Yahweh. And he's the God of war, and he's ready to kick ass, and he's been absent physically. But the thing is that hell, you got hell to pay when he's physically present. Mm-hmm. But either way, you know what I say? No one's good enough to go to heaven, and no one's bad enough to go to hell. So, and there is no hell, by the way. That's a Christian myth.
No, hell is the place
the grave.
Under the exchequer's chamber.
Right, or the Grand Marquis.
Yeah, you got your letter and mark.
Yeah. Oh, and reprisal? No, I don't need. Yeah. Well, I don't know. 150 kilotons.
Yeah, I don't know about that, but or maybe one of those. What do they call them? Rods of God. The things that Zeus throws down.
It's non-physical, dude. It's not.
Yeah, I know. It's all about. It's a spiritual battle for sure.
No, but it's real. No. It's got to be. It's not. It has to be. You have to have a spirit. The arena before the battle starts. So the spirit is first, which is mine. It's interesting. I was listening to someone. This UFO. I had some serious people talking to me about the UFO thing because 15% of the population's been abducted and they don't know it, right?
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
So the thing is, when you speak to these high level people that are in it, they ask you, well, it's not, what do you know about ESP? What do you know about the spirit? It's not nuts and bolts. It's not about flying ships. They can walk right through walls, right?
Yeah.
So, but there's no battle. I mean, it's silent. It's totally quiet. That's where it's at.
Weapons for quiet wars.
Look, my analogy and my favorite place to be is in what they call Sefer Daniel, or the Book of Daniel, with Mishrat, Shadrach, and Abednego. They didn't bow down to the statue, and they were going to throw them in the fire.
Azariah, and Mishael.
Yeah, Mishrak, Shadrach, and Abednego.
Yeah, that's their Babylonian names.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, and they didn't bow down, and they said, "Well,
we can't eat the king's food." And right now,
this is later on, yeah. But basically, they said, "Well, our Elohim, our God, can save us from your fire, but if He chooses not to, that's okay with us too."
Mm-hmm.
You see the point there?
Yeah, because
to me, there's no battle. There's no battle. Like if they want to come in here and cream me in 5 minutes, just don't torture me for 3 days. I'm not that much of a wimp. But don't just do it. Cream me if you want. It doesn't matter.
Yeah.
So I got
I'd go home, man. It doesn't matter.
Not even home. You're going to go back to where you were. Do you remember where you were 500 years ago? No, you go back to complete unconsciousness. And you don't remember. The next thing you know, you're at the resurrection. Like when Adam is resurrected, he won't know how much time went over, or the people before him. Mm-hmm. Anyway, to me, I don't see it as a battle. I just see it as a spirit.
Great. Do you know why they call it the White House?
They painted it white, right?
No, it's named after Andrew White. He was the first Jesuit on American soil.
No shit.
Yep, and there is 2 white marshes. There's 2 white marshes in Maryland. One is actually Andrew White's parish. He is known as the professor. He's the guy, the entity that gave those seals to Thomas Jefferson. Annuit coeptis novus ordo seclorum.
Uh-huh. I have. You guys know who Calvin P is? The guy. They have the bumper stickers. They have him like peeing on Ford. It's a little cartoon character.
Yep.
I have the all-seeing eye on the triangle with 1776 as my screensaver, big giant one with Calvin P on it.
Oh, no kidding.
Yeah. On the
that's cool. Like they use Calvin like piss on like say if you were like a 49er or whatever, and it shows you like piss on the Steelers or something like that.
Yeah, right.
I've seen them actually. I guess you could say Calvin pissing on the gang sign. The thin blue line. The black, the blue, and the black little. You know about that?
No, go ahead. Shoot. Maybe I'm beeping. Maybe too far away, right?
I'm sorry.
I'm on a wireless. Go ahead. No, I don't know about the black and the blue. Go ahead.
Yeah, well, as you're out traveling and you look on the back of these so-called vehicles, you'll see a little like a black rectangle. It'll be a thick black line, a thin blue line, a thick black line. This is called the thin blue line. This blue plague. I call them the gang. The largest street gang in America.
No, who are they?
Well, we call them the police, but they're the occupying force.
Yeah, well, what's interesting about the police? I've been looking at that. I looked at it maybe 20 years ago. Mm-hmm. When the banks, they started in New York and Boston because the banks had
gangs in New York. Yep.
Well, because the private banks leaned everybody up so much, so we got to protect our property, so they let them have the police. They didn't put any ordinances in. They did the same thing in London and Paris. And if you read the old decrees in Paris, when they had a police force, they said to protect the mark and, the M-A-R-Q-U-E.
Yeah.
And also to make sure each man stays within his station. So if you're a shoemaker, you don't study medicine. You stay as a shoemaker, right? That's why right. So that's why Wilhelm Reich, they threw him in jail because he was a psychologist, not a biologist, right?
Yeah.
So you got it. So if you study civil engineering, you can't go over.
Yeah, but you know, brother, about Reich and the Oregon energy and how that is the real deal, man.
Oh yeah, if you, I've been doing weather work for
Yeah,
a
I
little
know.
while. I
How's
did
that
15.
coming?
I stopped for a little while because I've gotten to a level now of almost near perfection. I worked with Trevor before he died, Trevor James Constable.
Uh-huh.
And we got up to the level now. Everything on the internet is like, remember cell phones in the 1980s, the big brick?
Yep. The
Well,
Motorola
right now we got the smartphone, and it's not online, and it requires a lot of work. Like, when we got an old brick, it took a minute to set it up. Now we got a smartphone, it takes you half a day to set it up, even though I don't have one. I've just seen other people do it. I call it the stupid rectangle, right? But the weather work right now is so fine. I mean, literally, I could thread a needle at 2,000 miles away with weather work, and I stopped doing because it just takes too much work for what, I could get an 8-ball in the corner pocket from 500 miles away, literally make it rain over a few square miles or stop rain, but it takes a lot of work, and so much work that it's just not worth it. Just knowing you can do it is good enough. You know what I mean? That was when you asked me how that's going.
Hello?
Why?
Larry, you still awake?
All right, Mikey. So it is Mikey.
Back to you, bitches.
What happened? Where did he leave already?
Roll like your motherfucking life depends on it.
Oh. Oh.
Hey Matt, you on the line?
Hey, Mike, you should go to Venice Beach on Sunday and do the lap pull down. You probably win.
What now?
What's going on, man? How you doing?
I'm doing all right. What y'all up to? Who's that telling that story about the Bible? That was pretty cool.
Yeah, right. I thought so. I think that was a Greek.
Oh, that was him.
Yeah.
He's still around, huh? Was that live time? Was that like that was live? Some dude. Is he still there? Is the Greek there?
I don't know what happened. He just took off right now.
Oh, okay. The Greek's still around. Wow.
You remember that guy?
Yeah. He put me to sleep just like old days.
That's how I'm like wondering where Larry's at. Larry, you still there? So, I fell asleep. Pause.
So the Greek is hanging out with Boris. Is Boris there?
I don't know, Boris, you still there? He's probably asleep too. He's probably got mad. But yeah, that's fucking hilarious, dude. I can't believe they did that shit. They sent you off. So they sent you back to the IRS allegedly, huh? Or the name?
Yeah. Yeah.
Oh, shit was funny.
Juggling.
What are they gonna do with you next?
I suppose I'll get a letter from the IRS. I don't know. The IRS, they didn't send me letters for the longest time. Oh no, got the California tax people messing
Is that
around
the
with
same,
them too.
is that the same thing or is that different?
Different.
Different, you say?
Yeah. Oh no, I think I messed up by when I talked to him on the phone. I messed up, right?
You
And
think you
so
meant
maybe a little bit. I mean, can always fix a mistake, I suppose. But keep it in letter. It's hard to mess up.
right? That's interesting. Yeah, I'm gonna have to. I'm gonna have to do some calls. I have to call them up. They're asking for some sort of tax return. Bullshit.
Mm-hmm. They contacted you, right? Supposedly, or whatever.
Yeah.
They sent a letter to somebody.
Yeah, they sent a letter.
It said that they're gonna garnish wages or something.
You gotta file your tax returns from from a certain date for a certain year.
Or else what? Anything?
That's a good question.
Who's claiming that?
Oh, hey, Pops, you're doing that also, huh?
I don't believe Olive Oil and I have done that so-called file thing for fuck. I couldn't even tell you how many years now.
Yeah.
Yeah, I can't even tell you.
Do you make so-called money? Do you get checks?
I not sure exactly what you mean by money.
Okay, never mind then.
Allegedly, there's some kind of so-called compensation, but
I stopped following.
I don't personally do any of that. I'm led to believe.
You don't personally do what? Can you prove that?
Prove what?
What the claim you just made.
Are you claiming I made a claim?
I didn't make
Yeah.
a claim.
Let me
What do you got evidence to prove I made a claim?
Yeah, let me pull up the recording. Oh, that should be enough.
Yeah. Well, that's a fact. I hope they convict me of it. I haven't filed since '97. How about that?
Do you cash checks?
Do what?
Do you cash checks and like?
How do you cash a check?
Do you work? Do you get paid?
Am I remunerated for my services?
Relax. I'm not gonna give anything. I'm just a dude asking you a question, okay? No need to get all like defensive with the Batman talk and stuff. Do you have a job?
No.
Okay, well, it's pretty easy not to pay taxes when you don't have a job.
Well, I'm not contracted with any corporation. How about that?
I don't think conspiracy. I don't even understand what you're saying, man.
Yeah, well, actually, a W-4 form is a contract. I realized that, and I basically broke that contract for the company I was working for, and I went back as a subcontractor.
Oh, okay, all right. And
yeah,
then,
I'm not obligated to file that 1099.
Do they do 1099s on you?
They did.
Okay.
That's their obligation with their EIN.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. So when they filed 1099s on you, did the IRS?
No, they issued the 1099s. Am I obligated to file them?
No, but they file it with the IRS, I believe.
Okay.
Right off the date, they file it.
Yeah.
And the IRS ever get a hold of you?
No. How would they get a hold of me?
By the short hairs.
Oh, do you use that address?
No, I don't have an address. Matter of fact, I don't have any ID. I don't even have a passport. I don't have a driver's license. I don't have a bank account.
Hey, we got something in common, man.
Yeah, I think I'm more moving toward that thing called sovereignty.
Oh, really?
Yeah, isn't that right? Where what is it? I'm sovereign under the sovereignty of the Creator, and that I govern myself. And yeah, I want government for the GDP because they're irresponsible and they need a daddy. They need to be told to clean up their room and shit like that. I'm not a child, right?
I never use the S word, brother.
Huh?
I don't use that S word. It's politically charged now. It's weaponized.
Yeah, I know. But you know what? You ever heard the term dilly gaff?
I like peaceable private civilian better.
Yeah, I know. But then that puts you under civil law, right?
Well, hey, it's funny too. I was looking. By the way, yeah, that was really cool. That Bible background history stuff.
Yeah, the Greek's something, ain't he?
Yeah.
Full of shit is what he is.
Yeah, well, I think we all somewhat have our